Alright, so. Last time we left off, I want to try something. I have to try it. Oh no, where is it? Ah, that's cool! There's a foreground layer now. So I can put things on top of you guys.
I am a power bottom.
Alright, good to know.
Clip that.
So, it's recorded, we're stuck on that, you can't get rid of that one. Forever cemented in history. Noche question mark? Maybe Lewis in parentheses. Power bottom?
I'm already adding it to my
Character's just
notes.
a reflection of myself, is it not?
So both, got it. Alright, so last time you guys left off, you guys hunted down, you guys actually met a couple of extra individuals in Riadaven. You guys did some extra training. You guys met Eldyra, if I'm pretty sure I got her name right, and Adane. I know I got his name right. And you kind of took on some of their side quests and extra information about seeking some thingies and goodies. And as you guys left town, you guys ended up going towards this area where this legendary Bulette named Scratchy was hidden and keeping himself away. And he, if you don't lay down, he ended up getting you guys pretty much semi-ambushed inside of a hole in the ground. We'll call it a cave, for lack of a better word. And it gave you guys a run for your money. He took down, I think, everybody except for Nash in that fight. And then you guys were able to manage to slay him by cracking one of his carapaces open. And yeah, you guys found a weak spot and attacked the creature, and now he is dead on the floor in front of you. And that's where we left off, pretty much, because it was late-ish. I think it was actually pretty late by the time.
Once everyone starts waking up, Nash is going to... I'm sorry. I know we were trying to keep it how it is, but everyone didn't seem like they were doing too well, and I just didn't know what to do, so I hit it with a hammer, and something exploded, and then he died, but...
Nash.
Yeah?
It's fine.
Okay.
It's
Sorry.
fine. It's a beast. We were all gonna die. You saved us. Conversation pretty much ends there.
Okay. Right. Well. Right.
That was exactly what you were supposed to do. Don't apologize for anything.
Okay. Well, I guess... I'm glad you're all awake. Do we, how... Should we harvest, our... friend? Well, not friend, attacking man here, I guess?
Well, we certainly didn't come here for fun, so yes. I say everyone take a second to recuperate, and then we'll start harvesting this thing.
Are you going to be harvesting? And how are you going to pull it off?
Well, I don't know
Actually,
much.
before anybody say anything, what are you guys' idea before we commit to anything?
Well, I broke the carapace over here. Does it connect to other spots of carapace that from there we can start peeling it off properly?
The unique multiple carapace that he has are uniquely almost, I don't want to say attached, but they're like uniquely grown over other parts of his body. So they are together but separate entirely. So like you could peel one, but it wouldn't affect another, and et cetera, et cetera. And there's 4 total. One of them was already broken. You guys broke another one.
So there's 2 left.
There's 2 left that you guys can potentially scavenge or harvest.
My idea is to just assist in the, like, holding it in a way that makes the removal of the carapace easier. I don't offer any insight into how to do that, but I can at least be a set of arms that will hold it still, so you can cut a straight line or whatever.
I may have a bit of an idea. Magical items can't be broken, right?
That depends. I don't want to say no, because that's not true. But it's hard to break them. If you're talking like mundanely broken, no, you can't just like slam a hand like a magical sword on a rock and break it. You would have to like
Right. Well, this broken bit of carapace here, we just continue to break it and yank it off. And then we could use my sword as sort of a wedge, drive it into the flesh with one of our hammers, and then carve the flesh from the inside. And then at a later time, when we have a little bit more rest and time to actually sit, we could carve the flesh off, remaining flesh off of the carapace.
I think that's a pretty good idea to try out. Be happy to do that as well.
Well, let's try it, I guess.
So, as you guys begin looking at the creature and trying to determine best place to place the sword, I need 2 people to make nature checks. I don't care who, just 2 individuals.
I'm good at that. Or help.
I'm not awesome at it, but I'm okay.
Just for everyone that knows, I do move wisdom or
we do that here. Okay.
Religion and nature are 2 that I allow to be switched over to wisdom because clerics it makes fucking sense, and also
for them to be
druids are at wisdom, and druids should be good at nature. So wisdom and religion are 2 that I allow to be moved over to wisdom, just so everyone knows here.
All right, mine's a +7.
I have a modifier of 2.
Same.
I have a +5.
We found our people.
Okay, so me and Nash.
Mm-hmm. And they're individual rolls. Because you guys are all kind of like looking at this creature together, trying to determine what's the best way to be able to...
Well, it's not Finash.
Guidance. No one has guidance.
Unfortunately, as you guys are kind of investigating the creature, you guys find that like you found a good way to do it, but you do not find any good like vantage points or anything to do it. You guys are not going to be able to benefit from advantage on this check for getting these carapace off. Because you guys do not know enough about the creature to be able to peel away at the carapace through any sort of means whatsoever. Because you guys have never, 1, harvested bulettes in general, 2, harvested a unique bulette.
Hold on, wait.
I was being much more brutal with it. I was stating that we take the sword and go deep into the flesh and muscle and carve out a massive chunk of the beast.
I have a suggestion before we start on the bigger bulette. The structure of it might be a bit more different due to its size, but I suggest we practice harvesting a bulette by trying on the smaller ones before we commit to the bigger one.
They don't have this carapace, so it may teach us more about the creature, but it wouldn't tell us how to remove the carapace.
I mean, knowledge is knowledge, regardless of how we obtained it.
You guys are, just as a heads up, you guys already made the roll. You guys are not going to be able to benefit from advantage for getting this one at all, no matter what you do.
Alright, okay, that doesn't matter.
So if you guys want to do the other bullets, you guys can do the other bullets. No, like, that's not a problem. You guys can still get stuff from them, but because of the uniqueness of the creature, you guys failed your nature checks. You were not going to be able to benefit from advantage for harvesting this creature in any way, at least the carapace. When you get down to the regular bullet parts, that's a different story, but...
Then we, unless somebody has a better plan, go with the smash the sword in with hammers and yank flesh out. Unless, again, someone else has a better idea.
I mean...
Oh shit, I have spell slots.
Right, for the first one,
I have a spell slot.
This one, I'm guessing along the top of the head how it is shaped, we could just climb up on top and give it a good old 1-2.
Oh, my spells are shit.
Or they're just combat based.
They're not even that. I don't have anything that does damage. I picked buff spells basically. Anyways, yes. So, well, here, and I'll just pull the sword out of the scabbard because currently the packed weapon is the warhammer. I mean, this looks like a good a spot as any, and I'll just jam this sword into some open flesh.
You can go ahead and make an athletics check.
Okay. 14.
You manage to get some way into the sword, but the carapace does not peel. As you kind of jam the hammer and you kind of are moving it around trying to find pieces, you kind of move the sword in just an awkward way, where it kind of pushes up against the carapace, and you see it get kind of jammed up into the rest of the creature, where you know that if you continually force it and are not successful, it will break the carapace.
Pull the sword out! That didn't work.
Well, this might sound a bit odd. What if we go from the inside? If we carve out a piece from the inside of the mouth, since it's quite large, and then we'd be able to easier push out what we want from up top, maybe?
Oh, like a meat donut.
Are you volunteering for that?
A meat donut?
I'm pretty sure that it died, so I can get inside. I'm used to going inside of dark.
If you lose
places.
my sword in this belly of this beast, I swear to God.
I have my own sword that I can use, and it might work out maybe a bit better for carving in there. I'm guessing that the inside of the mouth isn't that armored, so maybe a short-toothed longsword might be able to carve at it a bit more.
As you step inside the mouth, you realize that the entire inside of its mouth is armored. No, I'm just kidding. You kind of... It is a little bit hard to get its mouth open because the creature is large, despite being dead, which makes it even heavier, to be fair, because dead weight is a lot heavier than live weight. You guys are kind of like struggling to open the mouth of the creature. Everyone's kind of heave-hoing, and then Nash kind of gets inside, and then you guys just like drop it, and it just slams shut. And Nash, you are inside what you could call
the belly of the beast.
A flesh, abundance of flesh, we'll say. It is very warm and moist because you're inside of a mouth, and it just died. There's also blood in here, so it's really gross. And there's also some spittle of what looks like some sort of greenish, yellowish substance inside of the creature's mouth.
I'm sorry about this. You fought well, and I'll kind of pat his tongue a bit, and then I'm gonna start trying to carve the.
You take
the top of it.
a point of acid damage as you kind of caress his tongue with your hand, and you feel that yellowy. Actually, you can't tell what color the substance is because it's pitch black in here. But and you have dark vision, so you can see, but you don't see the color. But you kind of over that substance in because you can't tell the difference between that, like the blood and the saliva, and you pet over it, and you kind of feel it sting your hand just a little bit.
Not touching the tongue. Oh, glad I didn't end up here earlier when he was more in a chewing mood. Okay, then I'm gonna start trying
You
to.
just hear like muffled speaking from the inside.
Yeah, you just hear like.
I think he's dying. Should we help him?
He's talking to himself in there.
I'm gonna
Yeah, you're
start
right. Fuck him.
trying to carve out the inside a bit to be able to try to push up the stuff.
So you're able to find area that you can. I mean, it's a roof of a mouth. It's still a little hard, but you can spend some time to carve it, and you can find what looks like inner versions of the outer carapace, or the inner carapace, because there's an inner and an outer for this guy. And you're able to push on the inner carapace to affect the outer carapace. You can make another athletics check.
All right. Would I be able to use my my second to last rage to do this at advantage?
I would say no. Getting any kind of, again, benefit from this, you guys don't know what you're doing. That was kind of the point of that nature check. It will be like that with a lot of these creatures, as you guys will have to make some sort of nature check, or have a very good understanding of the creature that you're dealing with previously.
Mm-hmm. Cool, thank you.
A 24. So you kind of find your hand, and you kind of scan around, and you find what looks like this inner carapace, and you kind of push on it, and you find that it gives way, not super easy, but easy enough. And then you're able to kind of like almost shove a piece of the carapace aside and find almost like a gap after you carve continuously. And then you are able to find what looks like this outer carapace piece. You see what looks like the small amount of I guess flow of like air and dust kind of coming through this like cracks in its carapace, and you begin to push on it, and you find your hands in different parts of it, and you're kind of pushing up a little by little, and then you guys hear what sounds like snapping of like sinew and muscle, and then you guys see the carapace kind of starts to slide off the creature.
Oh, he did it.
Oh, it don't smell the best in there.
It is hilarious seeing your head stick out of the middle of this creature.
Actually, he wouldn't even be able to stand up and be out the outside of this creature. This thing's fucking massive.
I'm gonna try to get the other one, if that's okay. Someone come grab this one.
I looked at Jack and like, all right, you get one and I'll get the other. And then we'll just
I could probably carry it myself.
if you
Who's
insist.
grabbing the first one?
Jack, I guess.
They are not heavy. No, they are dense. But for as big as they are, they only weigh like 40 pounds. So, yes, they're heavy, but like to you guys, they weigh like nothing.
Oh, yeah, so all of us could pick up 40 pounds of this thing.
So you pick it up, and again, it's more awkward because of size, but it's not like... Because like one of these carapaces is about as big as each of you. Probably bigger than some of the other folk in this party, like Aiden. Nash, as they're kind of figuring themselves out, you are able to spend some time carving out the inside. It takes probably about another 40 minutes or so, getting close to an hour on this, so you guys probably spent an hour on the first one, and then you do the same thing where you find a piece, you kind of shove it to the side, and you have a hole that you carve out again, and you're able to push out another piece of carapace. Go ahead and make another athletics check.
Alrighty. 22?
Same thing. You're able to find, with the comfortability of the first one, you're kind of pushing out on the outer edges of it. Kind of, everyone hears the snapping of the sinew and muscle as it kind of is popping loose, and then it almost sounds like a rubber band snaps as you get that final push off of it, and it starts to slide off the creature again.
I will go to the front of the mouth of the creature and kind of just... I think I'm done in here. Hello? Okay. And I'll start just trying to lift it out because I don't hear anything.
So, it takes some time, but you're able to, lift the mouth of the creature and kind of step out super awkwardly and move around. It's gross and uncomfortable, but you're able to do it.
Vash was just sitting there the whole time, like he could definitely hear you, but didn't do anything.
I'm exhausted. You got this.
Aiden's sitting against the cave wall, strumming his lute.
My clothes were clean when I bought them. They're not
They were
that...
cleaned?
Oh, I mean... These,
Yeah.
so am I.
I'm gonna go get some dirt and try to rub some of this off. Did the pieces come off okay?
Yes.
Yeah, excellently. Good job.
That's good. Well, as I'm kind of trying to get all the gunk and grossness off of me and rubbing some dirt to try to get it out, what should we do now?
Well, we can still harvest other parts of the beast, I suppose.
Well,
I'm sure they can go for a small fortune.
Anyone know much about bullets?
Not a fucking thing.
Well, the only way to learn is to start carving, I suppose, and I'll... Actually, am I able... Did at any point, we got attacked by, the acidity of this beast when we were fighting it, right?
The what of the beast?
The acid of it, right? Did we see that?
I don't think it ever spit. No, it never got to spit acid. I remember last time because I was like, it never got to use that feature against you guys. Even though it did.
Would Nash tell us that his tongue was acidic when he touched it? Because he got a point of damage from it?
The tongue did lick me a bit, and it did feel kind of like, I shouldn't have done that. Kind of, that feeling you get when you, pour alcohol in an open wound, how it doesn't feel good. That's kind of what it felt like, but without the alcohol.
Can I try to harvest its, I guess, acid sac? I don't know how else to call it.
You would have to get inside of the creature, and make a nature check to determine if you were able to.
I have like a point of HP, so probably not. Unless you want to count that hour we were waiting for Nash to do his thing, like as a short rest, but we never called it.
No, you guys would not be able. You guys are the short rest separately because again, you guys are kind of, even though you guys are air quote resting and not actually doing anything, you guys were also kind of watching and being on guard, waiting just in case things are happening. So I wouldn't say you guys were actively resting.
Okay. In that case, fuck it, I'm gonna harvest the dies.
Okay, you can go ahead and make a sleight of hand or nature check.
Well, thank God. Ah, no! 9.
You're able to get mangled versions of a bullet eye. They are in no way useful.
Oh, okay.
I know why it remind me of dissecting things in fucking biology.
Well, unless anybody else wants to harvest something else from this beast, I'm gonna try my hand at the smaller ones, and oh no, I'll try to do the same thing on the smaller ones, I guess.
For the eyes?
Yeah, why not?
Okay. Go ahead and make the nature or sleight of hand check.
Okay.
One for each of them.
Okay. Much better, and then that is good, but close enough.
You
16,
get
14.
another, it's not mangled, but it's a messed up eye, and then you get one mostly good eye outside of the damage it took from combat. So scratched up and a little squished, but nothing insane.
Why are you obsessed with the eyes of these creatures?
I'm not particularly obsessed with it. I just assume they might be useful to somebody.
I mean, it is the only thing that you have attempted to grab from them.
I mean, we can also try to harvest the other carapaces of the bullets if you want.
We usually am told with creatures and stuff that boys' teeth and claws can be used for different things, maybe some organs as well, but I'm actually interested in trying to harvest some of the belly meat if I could. I haven't.
Yeah, go ahead and make a nature check for each one. Start with the big one, and then move to the two smaller ones for the rolls.
Big one. 20.
Okay.
And then the two small ones. 11 and 10.
Okay. So for the second two, just roll 1d6 each, so 2d6 total, and those are just regular rations.
Okay.
So you get 4 rations from them of meat,
Perfect.
usable meat. The big one, you were able to harvest a, what do we call it? A, set or, one full meal for all of you of CR8 meat.
Ooh.
Would anybody else like to attempt the claws or teeth?
I'd like to check out the claws and see if maybe they can be fashioned into daggers or some sort of weapon later.
Okay, go ahead and, because you're doing that, make a nature check on the claws. / feet of the creature.
A 12.
A 12 tells you that there might be some use for their claws, but unfortunately your expertise does not lie in the fashioning of weapons or other things from these creatures. So, there's a use for them, you just don't know what.
Okay, well, in that case, I'll still remove them, but won't know quite what to do with them yet.
Okay, so go ahead and roll for this one, it's because it's their feet, you can't really nicely cut them. It's their whole foot. Go ahead and make an athletics check.
Question.
What's up?
How big are Scratchy's teeth?
You are able to harvest, and if you want, this is for each one that you want to do it for. So go ahead, if you want to do it to each of them, Vash, you can roll for each of them. I'm going to take that first one's big guy, and the second two are the small guys, like Nash's roll. I'll get back to you in a second. That last one, nothing. You're not able to chop through and get to him, or you just, mangle his feet on the way. Aiden, ask your question before we forget.
How big are the Scratchy's teeth?
Oh, one of his teeth is probably about the size of, Nash's forearm. They're big, but they're not, Yes, they're fucking huge. But they're also, a lot of them inside of his mouth.
Yeah.
Vash, roll me a D... Roll me 2d6.
4 and 3.
Okay, so you're gonna get 2, 4. You're gonna get 6 total Bulette feet.
Okay.
You weren't able to quite harvest them all perfectly, but you were able to get most of them, to be fair.
To be honest, I wanted to turn the teeth into a necklace, but that doesn't sound comfortable.
Yeah, they're pretty big. You would make a really good necklace out of it.
That's why.
Now
That's why I was curious.
you could take the teeth and like shave them down and stuff, or use the smaller one's teeth because the little one's teeth are like I would say that the size of like maybe Nash's like middle finger, you know, one of the longer fingers where it's still big, but it's not like absurdly huge. And yes, that is a size difference in these things. They are fucking gigantically different.
You got 6 Bulette teeth, right?
No, Bulette's
Or-
feet.
Feet. Okay.
Sure, I'll try and harvest the teeth.
Okay, go ahead and make a sleight of hand or nature check.
Oh, okay.
Are you doing it on the little guys, or are you doing it on big guy?
I'll do it on all of them.
Okay, so first one will be for Scratchy, the other 2 will be for the smaller Bulette. Anyone else have anything else they want to try?
What's left that looks intact on on all of them? Because we went for the feet, the teeth, the eyes,
You guys
some
would
of
be
the
able.
meat, and the carapace.
You would assume that something on the inside, maybe like you were talking about a gland of some sort or some sort of way that they produce acid, and their carapace. That would be the only 2 things. A lot of the carapace on the little guys are fucked up, but there's still potential harvesting out of it if you can do well enough.
Okay, can I, since I think only Jack hasn't rolled for something, but can I roll for the carapace on the smaller ones?
Yeah, go ahead and roll nature or athletics, either one.
Okay, I'll do disadvantages or roll both at the same time.
Are you gonna
You
roll one
want me
more?
to
Yeah, you
grab
can roll
the-
for all. You roll for all 3. The first one's for the big one. The second 2 are the little guys.
13 and 26.
So the 13 will fail. You will not be able to harvest anything from that. You just can't find enough of a like full carapace to get anything. But you do find 1 Bulette plated hide from the other one.
Ooh, okay.
And then Andrew, you are able to get enough teeth. As you are looking at them, they aren't functional enough to create anything out of. But like you are able to get enough teeth to make like a necklace of Bulette teeth for the smaller ones.
Well, yeah.
The bigger one, you aren't able to get anything from Scratchy, unfortunately.
Yeah.
As you're digging into his teeth with the knife, you kind of feel like your knife is like giving way and about to snap every time you get into a good spot.
The last thing I can think of, I don't really know. We're butchering these things, but we might be able to. Noche, you like learning things, right?
Mhm.
Don't they do a thing where like you cut something open and see what's inside to learn about it later? Do you think doing something like that might?
Dissection?
Yeah, we might
mean-
not be able to get anything else, but we might learn more about these things or maybe other things like it.
Well, Nash was harvesting their meat. Where was he going? Like the stomach? How was he doing
Oh.
it?
I was
He was
cutting out
just-
the belly meat.
Yeah, he was like pulling off the small pieces of like hide and plate that were on the bottom parts of the creature, which aren't as thickly or like as heavily armored as like the rest of it, but it's still enough for us to like peel it back and then carve open or carve out the pieces of meat. So
I mean, I can try. Could you try to flip the smaller one on its belly?
I'll give it a go.
go ahead and make an athletics check because they are heavy as shit.
All right.
I think these things weigh like 600 pounds or some dumb shit like that. I have to look. They might weigh more than that, but
Hey,
24.
yeah, you're able to roll it on its belly pretty easily.
Okay, there we go.
Vash, are you able to? You seem the most dexterous out of all of us. Would you be hands to precisely cut open the belly in a particular way?
Yeah, I can do the cutting, no problem.
I would say. because I know what you guys are going to go for. I can help save you a little bit of time. You guys are going to spend some time cutting it open, looking through the creature. You guys can choose to make a nature check at advantage for learning about the Bulette.
Okay. You said nature or what?
Nature at advantage. There's nothing else. There's no other way to learn about the creature.
Okay, I'll do it advantage then.
This is a natural creature.
27.
So, as you have the creature torn open and you guys are kind of looking through it, you can tell that the creatures have incredibly powerful muscles in their feet and like legs. So like that's probably what allows them, despite being always low to the ground, able to like launch themselves so far and with so much weight behind it, and also burrowing so quickly. You also learn that these creatures have some sort of like muscles that are built in onto the carapace that kind of look like it pushes in and out on the carapace that would allow it to like almost create like a jagged surface where it could probably dig through or get where it would be able to like dig through or create like a larger opening in the tunnels that it makes, allowing it to more easily burrow through areas almost at will, kind of just dig through rock in those dense mountainous areas that you guys know that they like to inhabit. And then the last thing that you guys learned is that these two don't seem to have any of potent effect anymore, probably because they were practically crushed by Scratchy. But they do have some sort of gland inside of them that could be used, that has acid and that it's acidic in nature. You don't know, obviously, the uses for it, but it is potentially harvestable in the future.
Okay. Can I? You said the gland's gone because it was pretty much crushed by.
They're destroyed. Yeah, they're destroyed because they got fucking abused by Scratchy when they got launched.
Okay, so I would just say to the group, besides the muscle things, which I probably would explain, but I will also say that it seems that these creatures also have some sort of acidic gland, but these are not usable anymore. It seems that Scratchy over there is the only one with a possibly usable one, but we would have to crawl inside in order to get it.
Well, if you can point out where it is, I've kind of made myself quite the acquaintance with inside of Scratchy at this point. I could give it a try.
Well, not exact, but and then I'll point towards the smaller one and just kind of explain like how to essentially navigate towards where the gland would be. Where would the gland be actually?
It would be in like its like throat area, not quite in its throat. It'd be more like it'd be like, it's hard to explain because these things are shaped weird, as you can see. It's like in their throat, but like almost in their stomach side, so like the bottom of their throat.
Okay, I see what you mean. Yeah. I would explain that to Nash. You would just have to like kind of crawl into the throat a bit in order to reach in. Would I be able to tell that the well, no, we would still have to dig through Scratchy on the outside in order to get it. So yeah, it probably would be easier to get it from the inside, potentially. But then it would also be very dark in there, so you would need a light source.
You can tell easily that doing it from the outside is dangerous, because if you fuck up the cut, you could just cut into it and destroy it, as you guys almost did with these two. Like, you guys cut them and just managed to get lucky and not cut into it, but they're crushed anyway. But with Scratchy, his size being just a lot bigger alone makes it more difficult to, like, thoroughly find it from the outside and also avoid cutting it. So there's still, it's easier to get if you're able to cut him open, but it's riskier. If you're able to get inside of him, it's technically more difficult, but more consistent and a lot less risk of popping it or destroying it.
Wait, I'm fine being inside.
Okay, but before you go, you would need a light source, and I'll ask Aiden to cast light on whatever Nash would want a light on.
Could you cast it on my tail so I could move it around more easily while working with my hands?
Sure. Can I cast it on?
You can cast it on. You can cast it on technically any piece of thing you want.
Okay.
I would say, like, mechanically, if you're trying to use it in combat, like, it can't be on your tail and be, like, hidden behind you. It'd still, like, be obviously there kind of thing. But in, like, situations where light is actually useful, which is outside of combat, then yes, it is. You can put it on, like, any piece of thing you want to be. That's the point of it, is to be flexible in where it provides light.
Okay.
So, your tail is a beacon of light now. It is very bright. And for the first time in here, you guys see color.
Oh,
What does it look like?
gosh, my clothes are stained.
You're inside of a mountain that has a bunch of holes in it. It's just brown and gray.
Brown.
From
Fucking
climbing
shit
inside of the
now.
beast, I was joking. Well, I
Probably
guess
red.
I'll head back in. I'll do my best, and here we go.
So you go inside the creature. Go ahead and make. Let's do investigation to see if you can navigate the pathway or directions that Noche would have given you.
Okay. 12.
You are able to kind of figure your way out. It takes you a little bit, but you're able to get your way there and find what looks like, with your light. The fuck? Hold on, my shit closed. A large, what looks like almost like pus filled sack inside of this creature. That is, it's not pulsating. It just kind of seems to be resting. You can choose to either make a sleight of hand or nature check to pull it off. You can tell that it is, even with the light. Well, with the light, you don't have disadvantage now. Even with dark vision, you would have disadvantage. But you do see that it is not going to be super, super easy.
All right. 19.
You are able to successfully withdraw a greater gland of acid.
All right.
Also, you take 4 points of acid damage.
That's fair.
That was unavoidable.
Did greater acid gland?
Yes.
Okay.
Where I would be
All
right now.
So if I got this correctly, we got some damaged bullet eye, intact bullet eye, 6 bullet feet, 1 bullet hide, a handful of bullet teeth, and greater acid gland. Did I miss anything?
I mean, obviously, the 2 scratchy carapace that are specifically scratchy carapace.
Oh, yeah, I guess.
But other than that, no, I think you guys got everything. And then, like, the meats and stuff that Nash will probably track himself because he has a specific thing with it.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And
Here's this. I'll give it to you, Noche. Well, actually, would this be better for Vash or Noche?
you guys have no idea what it would be used for, so you have no idea.
Not
You can only
exactly
make assumptions.
sure. We can only make assumptions, but for now we can just hold on to it. I don't think it's gonna go anywhere soon. But once we get back to town, we can ask them what we can do with it.
Okay. I do. Maybe Vash, you like to look up poisonous plants. This might be up your alley the best, if that's all right with everyone.
I don't mind holding on to it. I don't know if I can use it, but just toss it in the old bag here.
All right.
And this is what again?
A greater gland of acid.
Okay.
While we're in this cave, can I see if I can find any like gemstones?
Yeah, after the light's kind of being shown around, you can tell that this is like a burrowed out place. No, there are nothing. You can not currently find anything that is gemstone worthy.
I figured, but might as well.
Yeah, you know, never know. Worst case scenario is a no, right?
Mm-hmm.
Worst
Worst case scenario, there's a dragon down there.
I was like, yeah, worst case scenario, drop a rock on your head, but
Instead of finding a gem, you find instead a gem dragon.
yeah, you found a gem. Dragon.
Instead, you found out you're playing Indiana Jones, and now you're running away from a boulder.
Is that the name of the other Bulette that's coming to kill us? Boulder?
That's not funny.
I don't know what an Indiana
That's
is.
not
but it
funny,
sounds
as he
dreadful.
laughs.
It's not funny. It is not. It's fucking stupid, but...
We'd like to get some fresh air, if that sounds good to everyone.
And as you guys get outside, it is
Need to be
darker
stiffy.
Reno.
Nap time.
I'm going to delete
Like bedtime.
everything. You guys are going to long rest, so don't worry about your health.
Yay.
You guys get outside, and it is a day, because you guys spent so much time harvesting the creatures, where you aren't able to benefit from your long rest activity today.
I will cook everyone one of my rations tonight, so don't take one of your rations away. I'll cook everyone some bulette and then give myself my own meal. So not any of the
Is
CR, just some of the regular meat.
Yeah, you guys just don't burn a ration, pretty much.
Is our purple lotus bouillon still good?
That is to be determined when you drink it.
Okay.
Hope it has a good shelf life. I wasn't sure, but I thought at least I would give it a try so we have it just in case we need it. Oh,
Do we even know what it does? What benefits it could?
yes. Let me pull that up, the recipe card up, and let you know. So it can cure any non-magical disease. It cures blindness, deafen, paralysis, poison, and when you have it, you have resistance to poison for an hour and advantage on being poisoned for an hour.
That is pretty nice.
Oh, yeah. We like
But do we know the side effects if it is not good anymore? Probably due to stomachache.
as far as I can tell, just like eating anything else that's old, might just not taste as good and not have the effects that we're hoping for.
I'd expect diarrhea.
That is, I mean, fair.
Just putting it out there. Also, I really like
Isn't
the
that
word diarrhea.
Oh,
And he would love the magic bean. You guys would love the magic beans.
Just rolls off the tongue.
I heard it usually rolls out of somewhere else.
Them's the runs. Similar.
Vash is canonically an expert on types of poo.
I'm a poopyologist, okay?
A fecologist.
Yes.
Is it really raw? Is it more of like a flow?
Okay, before we start talking about shit, let's.
I like the term
You guys-
rivulet.
You guys are able to long rest for the night. And then you guys can move forward. Now, since you guys are not hunting anything, there is no long rest activity stuff to be doing, so it's the same thing. On a 1 or a 20, you guys have an encounter, and on and then on a 1 to 10 long rest activity, 11 to or I'm sorry, 1 to 10 no long rest activity, 11 to 20 long rest activity is benefited from. So, where do you guys want to move?
Could you pull up the world map?
Oh, yes, I was about to say I'm on it, and I forgot to drag you guys out of it.
So where were we when we landed on Scratchy? Is it right on the spot we're on?
Yep, right where you're at.
Yep.
Because you guys fought him at about midday-ish, but between all the tearing through him and, harvesting, it took most of the rest of the day.
Should we keep heading towards the ThundOre? See if we can gather that information.
Yeah, I think that's what we gotta do.
I think that's our best option at the moment.
All right.
This is the street for the ThundOre?
Sounds good. Let maybe travel north a bit, get out of the hills faster, and then straight for those mountains.
I like it.
Wouldn't it be better just to get
Up
back
here?
on the road? And then...
Mm-hmm. That is what I was thinking.
Since I wasn't here for it, since the, tornado and everything, was it faster to go on the road, or did it not matter?
It does not matter.
Or does it not matter?
Speed of travel is based on mounts and mode of travel versus anything else. Now, there are things that can happen depending on the areas you're in that will slow you down or speed you up, but those are area dependent, not like road or not road dependent.
I do technically have a horse and saddle.
So you
Why do
guys...
you have a horse?
It is in my rope.
Okay, whatever.
Saving it for a rainy day.
Maybe go up and then start traveling straight for the area.
I suppose it'd be quicker to get out of the mountains that way.
Right. So, this way?
Yeah.
Okay, everyone go ahead and... one person roll me a d20 for encounter, one person roll the d20 for long rest activity.
8 and a jack. Oh,
Okay.
Alright.
Look what you did! Look what you did!
I'm wasting the nat one here.
Alright, so you guys will benefit from long rest activity, but we have a random encounter to go for. Give me 1 second. All of these will not likely have a map, just so you know.
Destiny.
Just after a long rest?
Yes, this is after your long rest. This is the next day. This is after you guys are moving through the day. Someone roll me a D. Hold on. 12.
7.
So quick with it.
How could you roll a 7? How could you? It's the worst.
With the dice, I think that's how he rolled a 7.
Hear the
You
flapping
guys-
of leathery wings.
Is Noche. Sorry. You guys come across what looks like a small skirmish field. There seems to be bodies all over the place. When you initially arrive, it seems as though one of the caravans was a group of simple city guard or village guard of some sort. You don't see any marks on them, so they could be even mercenaries, or they're just unmarked guards. The caravan seems to be what looks like a mobile prison of sorts. It looked to be a cage for people of certain individuals. There are broken shackles in there. It is like that iron cage kind of build. And then as you guys are looking around, you guys see the bodies of many people, and you see blood everywhere. Like an explicit amount of blood, like to the point to where it is almost like vomit inducing, that there's so much blood in the area. But as you look, despite how much blood there is, there's not enough creatures to fill the amount of blood that is scattered across the battlefield. But in the backs of one of the people that you turn over, give me 1 second. I didn't download this, so I have to find the mark really quick. I will post it to Discord. You see a mark that looks almost like carved into the back of a man.
Kind of took a skull.
From an angle, it looks like a little man with hair if you flip it upside down.
It's the Andre the Giant Obey.
Andre the Giant was a legendary creature.
He will be one of the legendary creatures you fight.
Hell yeah.
That's a joke.
I love your play. The Princess Bride.
This is horrible.
Can I do a history check to see if, by chance, I've ever seen this thing before?
It doesn't matter what you roll, you have no fucking clue. You have
roll
never
anyway.
seen this as yourself.
I like rolling.
That's fair, you can roll.
I don't think I've seen it.
I just didn't want you to get excited, and then even if you rolled an at 20, I was told you'd have no idea.
I like
Did
rolling.
you
Anyway,
say
I don't know.
Say it looked carved or branded, or like somebody put it on there, or it came from?
It looks like carved into their back, like as if someone took a dagger or a sword or a blade, but it does not look kindly like carved. Like they didn't take their time. This looks like they just kind of like took their sword and just like slashed it into the back, or a dagger and just slashed it into the back of this person. It is very brutally done.
Noche will take the time to, I guess, draw, just kind of like in a simple metal, the symbol down like on his notebook or something.
Yeah, you can go ahead and I'll pin it for you guys. And you guys can write down whatever you want for notes.
Can I check for like tracks or marks or footprints or whatever?
Go ahead and make a survival check. Tell me what you got, because I'm multitasking. 23?
Yep.
You see what looks like footprints as you kind of investigate the area. You find footprints of, obviously, the caravan and people, and you find footprints of creatures that look like they came inward, but there's no path outward. Like, there's whatever came in is either still here somehow, or got out a different way than walking.
I'm seeing tracks that lead into this fray, but not any leading out from the same creatures. So either we have company, or they got away through, like, flight or something along those lines, so...
These may be a bit terrifying.
If I were to hazard a guess, maybe there was transporting some sort of dangerous criminal. They quickly came in through, like you said, flight, maybe teleportation, left their mark, and then left by the same means.
It's
Wait,
an
is it-
awful lot of blood, too.
None of us have ever seen this symbol.
No.
I'm not familiar with it.
If it has to do with like the other what we found about. Found out about.
Mysterious one.
I
Well, we
mean,
don't
just
really know their...
throwing ideas out there.
Well, not wrong. We don't really have any clue.
Anything? Yeah.
So, it's a good guess as any, I suppose.
We all seem to have some sort of connection to each of them, and
Uh,
obviously none of us recognize this one. And...
Do we see bodies, right?
Yeah, of what looks like, again, the unmarked guards or mercenaries of sorts.
Do they look like they were, like, stabbed, maybe burned with magic, maybe, like, eaten, like, in some way?
There is, I'm trying to find, I was going to explain what the marks of battle look like, but you have to give me a minute because I can't find the book that has their stuff. So as soon as I do, I'll tell you what, like, because I'll know what weapons they have and shit.
Okay.
As soon as I find it, I will tell you.
Give me a moment while God gives me an answer.
Another question. You said obscene amounts of blood, but is it like everywhere, or is it more concentrated in a certain area or areas, or is it just like I said, everywhere?
It is everywhere. It doesn't seem to be like concentrated, like someone like ripped somebody open. But I mean, there is instances of that where like someone looks like their throat was slashed open and they bled all over the place. But like for the most part, it just looks like an intense battlefield, like an incredibly intense battlefield.
Was this being pulled by like a horse or something, or the horses like also dead, or did they seem like they were off leash and kind of ran off somewhere?
Give me 1 second. I'm gonna have to ask you to re-ask that question. That took me a minute to like get out of my head.
Brain.
Yeah, that was an interesting.
Are there like any like horses or any like animals that might have been pulling this carriage, or does it seem like they were killed, or does it look like they were off leash and kind of ran off somewhere?
You don't, most of the animals that are in the area are dead. Like, obviously, they're just, like, lying on the ground, like, covered in blood. Like,
Is it only
also
just
torn open.
Is it only just one type of animal, or are there like different
just
types
horses.
of animals? Just
No,
horses.
it's just horses. What was probably likely drawing the carriage. It seems to be, from what you can tell, large slashes across most of the backs. Or like it actually, when you look through the only time that there is ever a mark on the back of any of these creatures is when it is the carved mark that you see, and there's only one that has it. Every other one seems to be from the front. It is a frontal attack where they are torn open, bleeding, damaged, whatever it is.
How old is the blood?
Go ahead and make a medicine check. You have to tell me what it is. I'm still multitasking.
8.
8. You can tell that it's maybe a day or two, not super old. It's definitely dried, but it's not like it's been there for an obscene amount of time.
I forgot we asked this already, but do the killed guards, do they have like a not like a symbol on their back, but do they have like an emblem of what group they were part of?
They're unmarked.
Unmarked? Okay.
Jack, are you able to detect magic? Am I remembering correctly?
Of course. Blood red eyes and take a look around.
Nothing magical anymore. At least, if there was anything there, it's not there currently.
It's clear.
Does it look like they're... Sorry, I had to step away. Does it look like the supplies were stolen, or just the people were slaughtered?
It looks like just the people are dead. The only thing that seems to be missing from the area is whoever was bound in the shackles.
How many shackles are in the carriage, actually?
There are enough for 4 different people.
4 different people. Okay.
Are they all broken or just one set?
They're all broken. They're all broken, but they're all attached to each other technically. But like, they're 4 people could be attached to them.
Okay.
There was 4 people here at one point. Is what I'm trying to say.
Can I look through the carriage and see if I can find any identifying marks or maybe a note or something that tells us a little more to
Nothing.
what happened? Nothing?
What about on these folks? They might be carrying like a ledger or some information on them if anyone's okay searching through the dead. They might have journal or instructions that they were given of where they were maybe taking them or who these people might be.
Yeah, any of these bodies stand out as like maybe a person in charge? Look a little more regal or royal than the others?
There's a person who has, like, his armor seems to be a little bit heavier. He was probably, like, the primary, like, leader of the group, but doesn't seem to have anything of note worth that seems to make them, like, anything super important. They were probably just the head of this specific caravan.
I'm guessing maybe him or maybe the man with the mark on his back. If we could search through stuff, see if they have anything identifying them.
Yeah, let's roll them.
Right. Would that be investigation?
What are you guys looking for again? I'm multitasking because I'm trying to find more of the stuff so I can give you guys more information, but go ahead and ask.
Searching the guy with the mark on his back and the head guard person, if they have any type of like journal or any type of paper or instruction or anything that could have said what they were doing or where they were taking this cargo of people.
The only thing that you find on anybody when you take the time to search everyone, we'll say you search fucking everyone in this place, is that you find what looks like a small, like, piece of crumbled paper, and all you see written into it is blood for the blood god.
Oh.
It is, I guess, maybe not surprising. There is a lot of blood here.
More than it seems like there needs to be. Does anyone know who the blood god is?
Someone can make a history check to see if they can know who, recall any information on any kind of blood god.
I'll do it.
Hell yeah.
Nope, 10.
The only thing that you can come of is one of the most famous and popular gods in relation to blood and murder, Baal.
I mean, there is the god of murder, Baal, but we're kind of far away from we're kind of far from Baldur's Gate, so I couldn't really tell you. Baldur's Gate.
That is the only god that I could think of as well.
So I'm assuming, due to the brutality, this is they're trying to free some prisoners of worshippers of Baal, and they seem to escape somewhere.
We are in interesting times. What are the odds that it could be a different one? Or maybe less god, more like the apocalypse people?
Maybe, but it's hard to tell. One last question. Besides the mark on the people, is it on everybody, or is it like specific people?
It's only one person. It was that one guy.
Just the one guy, okay.
I think if we are going to take some time to rest, we've been traveling for a bit. I'm gonna spend some time burying these poor folks.
My shit is lagging because I have to re-download these things. I found them, so give me a minute. Can you hear me lagging? Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was funny. Need to cough.
You're like, I'm Again?
Yeah, you said I was lag. Ging. With some water.
Oh. Who shit their pants?
Wasn't me this time, at least.
What do you mean by this time?
Things are crazy out in this world, my friend.
I mean, I guess I can't disagree.
Well, if it's fine with everyone, I'm gonna start burying these folks.
If it makes you feel better, have at it.
Thank you. Oh no.
Really killing the mood here.
I don't think that they mind anymore. So that'll be my long rest activity, is burying these, and then once I have them buried, I'll say a prayer, and when it comes to me, I can say the prayer if needed.
What are we doing? Sorry, I had to step away for a second.
I think we're waiting for Johnny to confirm
Oh, okay.
everything, because he was fixing stuff since his stuff was lagging. Do you think that we should report this back to the Autissimum Oculus when we get back?
We do have a setting
Probably.
stone if you ever want to send a quick message.
That is true. We should probably just let them know. Probably right now they could probably, do better,
Tell
more.
them about the symbol, tell them about what we saw, just let them know, and if they have any more information, it might be good. Ugh.
I guess I'll start writing out a message. It's 25 words and all.
This may be a bit presumptuous. Jack, how does seeing all this blood make you feel? I know you've talked about seeing a lot of blood before. Are you doing okay?
Never better.
Glad to hear it. Sorry if that was rude. I just wanted to make sure you're alright.
I'm fine, mate. If I have a problem, I'll let you all know.
One, two.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, this is the what we then. Possible cult activities in Terhan Hills. Escaped prisoners, possibly Ford. All guards dead. Only identifiable mark is one that looks like a skull.
That's right. They don't like. I mean, you have it written down.
Do you have any more words?
2 words left before it's up.
Maybe say blood god, and we can say more tomorrow when they ask.
Blood god? A question mark.
Because we found a note blood for the blood god.
I picked blood guy. Blood god.
We could maybe report more, but that sounds good to me. So, what do you all think? Did they teleport away, or did they use this blood somehow? Can you cast magic through blood or summon blood like this to do stuff?
Yes,
Does
we
it,
can.
Well,
Mm,
before Jack made a switch from being a blood hunter.
Well, to keep the narrative going, narratively, he still uses his blood to cast his warlock magic.
I know you use your blood, but using other people's blood, I don't think this could come from one summoning, right?
Well, it's not exactly much of a jump if I can modify my own blood that someone else could not use someone else's.
That's pretty horrifying.
Mm, it can be.
It's a good thing we were not here about 2 days ago.
Yeah,
But I mean, my thoughts are they some sort of like blood magic teleportation, some fucking weird thing like that, or they just flew away in some fucking dragon or whatever. I don't fucking know.
if they could fly, I wonder why we found tracks of them first.
That is fair.
Maybe to tail them better, less chance of being seen on the ground following behind in up in the sky.
I guess we can't ask how long the tracks go. I mean,
I
they
think they
would
go
have
on for a
to.
little bit and then they just disappear.
They would kind of have to land.
Yeah.
So, but
Tracking things for more than a day can be tricky, and all the way out here, that's another idea. If they were moving what we presume prisoners away from the road, then maybe it was some very specialized prisoners too. Usually transfers, they try to stick closer to roads away from, well, roads are usually a bit more protected.
Also, Noche,
Hmm.
is your magic learned or is it natural?
It's more because of my connection with Sturm and how we interact. I suppose it's a bit more natural.
Hmm.
It's hard to describe.
It is somewhat my understanding that true hemomancy, which is again entirely different from what I do, is forbidden, dark. So whoever did this is using it unabashedly, does not care that people find the evidence, as well as have a great amount of power. It should not be overstated or understated, I suppose, that this is true blood magic.
Should we get rid of this blood den, or at least cover it up to make sure nothing remains behind? Oh, wait, no, you said that there was no magic left, so would they not be able to channel the blood anymore for magic purposes?
Well, if there's no magical essence, then there's nothing to tether yourself to, much the same as Note channels through stone and I channel through my weapons. It's we have to you have to be able to channel magic through something. You can't just spontaneously create it out of nothing. I mean, even as something as simple as a fireball from a wizard requires some sort of arcane focus. And so without magic here to exist, it's not possible for them to necessarily channel it to be of any use.
That makes sense.
So we should be alright, but,
Mhm.
I'm not entirely sure. Most of my life, with the people I travelled with, I was the only magic user, so...
That's fair. It's we have 3 of them, so that's pretty impressive, honestly.
Fuck, I forgot to do something. We gotta identify the pickaxe.
Everything good, Johnny?
Hola. Can you guys hear me?
Hello. Yep.
Hello.
Mhm.
Just take a second to
When
catch up.
Windows decides to update.
Yeah, I don't know if that was the reason why I freaked out, but as soon as I turned it back on, it was like, you're doing an update. I was like, okay.
Listen
I
here,
hate
buddy.
forcing people off of Windows 10. I don't want to switch to Windows 11.
I was kind of forced into Windows 11 when I got this PC, so... I usually don't have issues. Except for when I do.
I feel like that's kind of how it works, though.
I'm not opening anything else until I finish downloading these, just as a heads up, so give me a minute.
Okay.
While it downloads, can we
I think
use
that-
can we use the sending stone to send a message to the Autosomal Colton?
Oculus?
Is what I
Oculus-
think you're trying to
Oculus?
say, because my shit is still...
Still.
Oh no.
Still.
I can't hear what you guys are saying. It's... Oh,
Yeah.
am I? No,
Yep.
it's...
It.
Oh my god.
Oh, did someone just beat the shit out of us and then summon the blood creature? And it was a duck?
Yeah.
The blood duck.
Sounds about right.
I could summon a duck if I wanted to.
Yeah, what's a Reagan?
If you summon a duck, could I cook it?
No, it's magic.
Oh,
The moment you try to carve it, it will just disappear.
wait, I guess that's fair. And I mean, if you summoned it and it's your friend, I wouldn't want to do that to him.
It's more of a, as weird as it sounds, more of a tool than an actual friend.
Like a hunter using a duck whistle, but you can just use a duck instead.
No, Shay will just sigh and just walk away.
Well, I mean, hunting duck, if you can do, yeah, boy.
Boing.
Ah, fuck. I just scrolled out of the map again, and I forgot how it messes with your brain if you do that.
Hola.
Come on,
Bye-bye.
stars.
Oh, that wasn't me.
Roll to see
What?
who dies. Nash, I vote him.
It's like slowly catching up. By slowly, I mean like real fucking slow. It keeps disconnecting me.
Can you hear me?
Kind of.
I'm fucking with you. I was just talking slowly.
I mean, I figured it because of the way it sounded, but my thing is catching up, but like really fucking slow. I can't get this document thing off my screen now. But it's not like killing my PC anymore, so.
Oh, okay.
Well, that's good,
I
I
mean,
guess.
it's obviously still giving your PC a little bit of an aneurysm.
Yeah, it's freaking it out still, but it's not like as bad as it was earlier.
I love tech problems.
Oh, now my fucking all this stuff wants to open. Go away.
Yay.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah, you're chilling. Yeah, I have this weird thing sometimes where if I turn on my PC, like, nothing will, like, load. I don't know what it is, but, like, my CPU decides to stay asleep when I fucking turn it on. So if I just turn it off and turn it back on again, it starts working perfectly fine.
Skill issue.
I don't know what it
It's-
is, but...
Something about this, like, document, like, it's not a big document. It's, like, God, I think it was, like,
Are you opening
500 megabytes. It's just on GM Binder, so I'm trying to download it. As a save as a PDF, like I do every other thing, and I've downloaded documents bigger than this on GM Binder and not had this issue.
Hmm.
It's really fucking annoying.
I got a new
'Cause I don't know.
motherboard a while ago, and it had, like, the, like, half, like, RAM stick lock, and I accidentally, when I was, like, doing something with my cooler, like, knocked one loose, and for, like, a month or two, I was playing on fucking 8 gigabytes of RAM.
That's crazy.
No idea. Yep.
It's just not working because it won't load the preview. So it's stuck on loading the preview, but it won't do anything. So I'm just like stuck here.
Know how I found out? I was trying to play Minecraft mod pack, and I was like, why is this shit running so bad? And I checked fucking my brain, fuck, my brain is not even, task manager. I checked task manager, and it said it only had 8 gigabytes. I'm like, that's not right. I kind of want to go see the Minecraft movie just for shits and giggles.
It's
I
only
kind
like,
of do too.
yeah, it's not even that big. That's the full document. I'm only downloading a part of the document. It's like
think the
50
videos-
pages.
Online are kind of funny, but I feel bad.
I feel bad for all the theater attendants.
I feel bad. Oh my god.
Like, why are these
Funny
little
as
shit stains
fuck.
yelling so
But
loudly?
yeah.
Listen, I just want to see Jennifer Coolidge go down on a villagers. That's so wrong to ask.
That's a crazy statement.
Waiting.
Have you taken your kids to see the Minecraft movie, Joe?
No, I have not.
Oh, they're not into it?
I don't know, honestly. Like, they've all played it before, and they've all, like, separately, like, been into it.
Mhm.
But they're not big Jack Black fans, per se. Like, I like Jack Black.
He's a person of our era, not theirs. It's
Yeah.
fine.
Fair enough.
They don't know what they're missing.
Right. So, I don't know. Nobody's asked me to go.
Yeah, I might go
But
tomorrow.
also, you know, I have custody of them during the week, so that's more like a weekend activity, because during the week we're so swamped with school and work and everything else that we don't
Fair
typically
enough.
get to do fun things.
Maybe during the summer.
Yes.
But then it won't be like a go to the movie thing. I mean, maybe. I mean, yeah.
We're going to a water park
Of death.
of
Oh,
death.
it's been a minute since I've been to like a drive-in theater.
Drive-in
I think
theaters
we're-
are overrated. They're not that cool. They're a lot cooler if you're like going on like a date or something, but if you're just trying to watch a movie, they're not as cool in my opinion.
It's just
Well-
there by yourself. This sucks.
I mean, true, but
God
like, you
damn-
get to watch like 3. Usually at my where I grew up, we had one, and it was like 3 movies for like a ticket or whatever. They were all like what the fuck? Like re-showings? I don't know.
Like recycled, like not brand new to the theater type stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had one like that
There was
in
like
my hometown too.
yeah,
$20
there
a
was like
carload. You could jam as many people into a minivan as you wanted.
Alright, I'm just gonna turn my PC off and back on again 'cause it's just pissing me off.
We try turning it off and on again.
I sense the disease in you. I sense the disease in you.
Well, that was a nice beat, actually.
I don't know why that happened. I'm sorry.
you don't?
Damn.
It was a
Imagine if that's
That
what
was
you-
very accurate. It was,
Oh, we're about to
what's
be
going on?
annihilated by the robot enslavement.
The blood god.
Yeah, the blood god. The blood
Imagine
robot
if, like,
god.
Imagine if that's how you learned you had chlamydia.
Why does my Kushi talk to me?
Oh, it's only done that once or twice, but never in public.
Oh,
Anyway,
okay.
about that date.
Okay. So we doing this or what?
Be not afraid. I sense
not
the disease in
afraid.
you.
Low-key dogs be like,
I will
Why are
cure
dogs?
you.
okay. Why are
Where's that
dogs so
from?
good at being able to sense stuff like that?
I don't know. It's this pre-built soundboard.
Okay.
It's called... Hold on, I lost it.
I will find you.
VME049.
Ignore that for today, and I will figure it out later. Because I don't know how the fuck I downloaded it the first time, if that was the issues it was causing. But, what do we want to do now? I heard something about, like, ascending stone or something? That's
Yeah,
the
use the
last thing I
steady
heard.
stone to message the autism occultist. God damn it.
Oculus.
Autismum
Ocu-
oculus.
Autism oculus. And
The
send
autism
him
causers.
autism causers and send him a message regarding
Okay.
this. And then
Who
the
are
message-
you messaging specifically? Because you do need to be familiar with the individual, and if you don't remember the name, I help with information, but names, I mean,
Do
you
we
guys
have a sending
remember.
stone to them?
Yeah, then we have
Yes.
one for each one. So it would be as I realize this. Is
And no,
probably
it was not to
the-
each one, it was just a general one that was given to you.
Can I help?
No, I realized I put up the wrong notes, so that was kind of lame. I need the right one.
If you can help, go ahead, Mr.
Yeah, go ahead while
Vastrino.
Aurelius?
Narrow's
That is,
fucking dickhead.
yeah, he is not gonna want to talk to you guys that often.
Would I be able to message Skymaster Elf Arid?
He is not the holder of the stone.
Oh, you gave us the stone. Then.
It's the fire guy, I'll give you the hint there.
Oh, is it the fire guy? Is he Breezen Chesklo?
Yes, Brisen Chesko, the Tiefling. What are you sending a message to him for?
Okay, it'll be regarding what we saw or what we've been investigating, and it will say possible cult activities in Tirhan Hills, escaped prisoners, possibly 4, all guards dead, only identifiable mark is one that looks like a skull. Period. Blood god? Question mark?
Is that 25 or less?
Yes. Regarding the minus the period and question mark, that's more of like phrasing it.
Blood god?
Blood god?
You get a thing that says could be Ballists or the cult competing with them near Baldur's Gate. We will investigate the missing prisoners.
Okay. I'll relay that information to the party.
Glad that someone can look into this more. Thank you.
Well, it looks like you finished burying them all. I suggest we have a move on. I don't want to linger here any longer.
And as you guys move on and find a place that you can relax, everyone gets a long rest activity.
Would my long rest activity be burying them, since that would probably take a lot of work?
No.
Okay.
It's built into the encounter if you want to do that.
Okay.
And then some encounters are just fun little more tidbits about the world that's going on.
Yeah, so the way I figured it is you guys don't want to run just random, just combat all the time. So random encounters will be world building, world discovery, or combat. Sometimes it will be combat, depending on the area you're in. So if you're in an area that's heavily cultist activity based, you're likely going to end up fighting a lot more than other areas for random encounters. So
okay.
Yes, but go ahead and Aiden, what are you doing with yours? Long rest activity.
Does Noche need to still read the book?
I have 1 charge left.
I'm gonna chill this time.
You're gonna use it this
Okay.
time? Okay.
No, he's chilling. He's not doing nothing. I assume that's what he means by chilling.
Yep.
He's being chillin'. Jack, what are you doing this long rest?
I'll swap back to the sword.
Okay. I would say you could do that during the day. You would get your normal 2
Okay.
rests, 2 short rests during the day. It's an hour ritual, so it would take up one of those short rests. Now, just to clarify, when you guys are traveling through the day, whenever you have those long rest activities, you guys can, again, spend it to, re-swap items. You still get the 2 short rests in the day. You guys can do those to attune and unattune an item, or do an hour-long ritual, whatever those would take, so.
I'm going to try and reinforce 2 empty regular vials that I have.
Okay. And do you already have the materials for it?
Pretty sure I do. Double check that. Come back to me.
Okay. Nash.
I'm going to look for some mushrooms or edible vegetation just for adding to recipes. After what we saw, I don't want to add any more killing for today.
Okay. You can find plenty of things that are edible and simple, but in magical nature, there's nothing in this area that you'd be able to find, or anything that would make for a more, we'll say, robust meal, something that would provide extra benefits. But you can find interesting things of varying kinds to add for flavors.
All right, that sounds good.
Who's next? Noche.
Ask Aiden for the book since he's chilling, I guess.
Okay. So you have the book.
And I'm at 7 charges, so I've finished the book.
Okay. I will get back to you in a minute. Vash.
Forage for poisonous material.
Okay. Go ahead and roll for, investigation or survival. Jesus Christ. Whichever one is better for you.
15.
You are able to yield a single... what do you have right now? Give me a second. I have my page pulled up because all my shit was bugging out earlier, so I gotta reopen it.
I currently have triple flower, toad stew, mushroom, rogue morsel. Does that say Lolith's candle?
Lolth's candle.
Yeah.
Yes, it is a crystal. I gotta find your name so I can see what you have. There we go. You are able to find another instance of rogue's morsel. Just one mushroom.
Very good.
Surrounded by a patch of other edible mushrooms. Anything else? Or I guess that, never mind, you did your thing, sorry. My brain, my shit's being weird still, so I'm, not multitasking correctly. Alright, so, Jack, go back to Jack before I go back to Noche. Jack, did you figure out if you have materials?
I do have the materials to reinforce vials. I do not have materials to make the next thing. So yeah, I will get out a pot and let it, literally sit in the fire to get red hot, and toss 10 gold into it.
Okay.
And once that has melted down, I will put
Whoa.
vials in it.
I'm trying to think. I think you might have misinterpreted what I wrote down for you. Hold on.
Apparently I did. So I'm reading this as the materials are...
Not 10 gold. It's 10 gold worth of material. Like, you have to have an equivalent of 10 gold of, like, melted down, like, daggers or swords or something of the other.
Okay, well, I don't have any of that, so I'm just gonna get... Just fucking raw dog it with gold.
Oh, okay. That, sure, we'll say that works for this time.
I mean...
Only because it was misinterpreted. That is fine.
Yeah, so I dip the vials in gold and put them on sticks and let them harden.
Alright.
Overnight.
So, you do get, one reinforced vial of a greater if you spent 10 gold.
I was trying to make 2 regulars, so...
Okay, so it is 1 long rest activity per vial.
Oh, then I will make a greater.
Okay, so yeah, then you can spend the 10 gold and get a greater vial. You have to expend the vial and the gold, but then you get the reinforced greater.
So
you got a reinforced greater vial.
Cool.
And then we move on to Noche. So, after spending the time learning about hippogriff taming, you have found that they are not... They're simple but not easy to tame. You have to earn their trust. And then, after earning their trust, you have to feed them, and then, almost like you would a horse, you have to break them. So, you find in some sort of efficient meal for the creature that it would enjoy. And there are many things. They typically enjoy... fish is a big favorite of theirs because they are hard. They get the taste of it because they can fly and catch fish sometimes, but they are not the greatest of sea-gathering creatures. So fish is one of their more favorite meals. The more trust that you gain with the creature in terms of a, mechanically, animal handling check, and the way you feed it. So the 2 things that are going to reduce the difficulty for taming it are the food that you give it, and the animal handling check to get its trust initially. Also, you get the roleplay. Depending on how you roleplay and stuff depends on the DCs that I set. Once you do those things, you have to break the creature. So you have to have 3 contested checks against the creature, and it has to be someone who knows how to tame it. So, like, even if you know how to tame it, you can't tell someone else you have to tame it. And then you are able to tame the creature. With those 3, you have to win pretty much best 2 out of 3 contested checks. And the base of the checks, again, changes based on there. So, like, I give them bonuses based on if you didn't handle them well and how mad they are at you when you eventually hop on them. Pretty much is the best way to explain it. So it changes depending on how well you interact with them, the kind of food you feed them, and how you roleplay the interaction.
Okay, so... Break them like a horse, like fish, tame DC by feeding and animal handling, and then break it by succeeding 2 out of 3 checks.
Yes, you have to pretty much win a best 2 out of 3 in checks. If you fail, it knocks you off of it, and then flies away, and runs away. And hides.
Okay.
Hippogriffs,
For me.
In terms of mounts, are one of the mounts that if every single one of you had a mount, they would double your speed in movement, but it limits the amount of things that you can carry. So pretty much you guys can carry yourselves and equipment, and then like a bag of holding. And that's like it. If you guys don't have bags of holding, you guys are trying to carry bigger, larger things, the hippogriffs are not going to be well made for that. They are lighter creatures than horses, so they are not as strong-backed, so they cannot do crazy weights or pull a lot of things. They are limited in the things that they pull and kind of move around. But they would double your speed in terms of travel. So instead of moving through 2 hexes, 1 hex, you'd move through 2 hexes a day.
Neato burrito.
Also, because they are flying creatures, things that can impact their speed are going to be wind and storms. They would not like to fly in storms or rain, obviously. And then heavy winds also impact their movement. If the wind is in your guys' direction, it's like going where you're going, it's good. If it's going against you, it's bad. It slows you down. But being as it is, it pretty much just halves or doubles your speed. So you'd be able to move a lot faster or a lot slower, depending on winds.
Okay. Would I be able to do one last thing, which is identify the pickaxe, or would I have to say that for the morning?
I would say you could do that during one of your short rest things. And identifying the pickaxe is going to That is actually because I assume that Nash has it if Nash allows you to. But if he
Nash,
doesn't,
are
yes.
you allowed to identify the pickaxe?
Of course, we've never seen one like this, so go right ahead.
I heard of a legendary miner called Steve used to use one of these.
Give me 1 second, because I forgot.
He also
I
goes
opened
by
it.
Jack Black.
I opened it in the right book last time. I don't think I'm going to do it this time.
We don't know either of those gentlemen. Sorry.
Neither do I made that up.
Oh, right. Good joke. Huh.
No, Chase Stoic.
Nash is awkward.
Yeah, that's about right.
When you say stuck, I just imagine you standing there, like hands on your hips, like looking towards the sky as like wind's blowing.
That's smoldering.
He smolders too, only when he's mad.
I've smoldered a few times when I was on fire.
No, that's being on fire. I think that's a bit different.
Well, like, doesn't wood smolder after it's been on fire for a bit?
I mean, I suppose, but
So
Okay. I'm going to just post what it does. In general, because it'll be easier in all of us.
I think you already had one in there.
I have a part of it that was meant for the picture. This is the whole thing. There's more.
Oh, wow.
okay.
All right. Does anyone else have anything? I guess you guys have all done your long rest activities, so you guys have any interactions or anything you guys are going to do, or are we moving on to the next day?
That's it for now.
Okay, go ahead and... Shit, I lost you guys. Go ahead and move another tile, and then one more person roll a d20 for encounter, one person roll a d20 for long rest activity.
Encounter Neon.
No.
8.
Okay, nothing.
Do it again.
Well,
Okay, you guys get a long rest activity tonight. Go ahead, Aiden, what are you going to do tonight? You guys are outside the mountains, on the edge of the mountains, in more of like a grasslands kind of area.
I read the book.
Okay, so mark off a charge of 1 out of 7 on the book. Jack, what are you doing tonight?
I'll message her. I have something
Okay.
a little unique.
Okay, Nash.
since we're getting more to a foresty area, I'm gonna go try to hunt
Grasslands, not
deer.
forest.
Grasslands? Oh,
Yes.
We still might be able to find deer here, so I'll go out specifically looking for some deer.
Okay, go ahead and make me a survival check.
Okay.
While he's doing that, Doche.
Did you ever send me the recipe for invisibility potions? I forget if you did or not.
For which potions? Say that one more time.
Invisibility.
I don't think I did. Give me 1 second. They're not hard, so... I'll tell you right now, you will not be able to find their ingredients in these areas. So, remind me after the session to type it out. And then I'll type it out.
Okay. Would I know where to find like magical salts or like all the?
You'd have to be for magical salts. You'd have to be in an area of intense like arcane potency, and then it would have to be an area that also is either some sort of underground salt mine or some area of condensed minerals that could produce a salt-like. It's not an actual salt. It's more of like ground like minerals. But it would have to be something of like dense arcane like it'd pretty much be like organic arcane material, but in like a dense quantity of it, where it's like potent. And you do not know of any areas off the top of your head that you could go currently to do that.
Okay. Then can I just go around and try to forage any materials for just any like potions that I may be able to like experiment on, maybe?
Only potions that you have, you can harvest stuff for, just to again make it consistent. Because I don't want to have to, make a list of like, oh, there's using ingredient that I'm giving them that they can make something out of.
Okay, so only things I have.
Around. Yes, so you have heroism, growth, and fire breath.
I'm not really sure what else to do then. Can I use my activity to help Vash try to find anything, since I really don't know what else to do at the moment.
Okay. Yes, sorry, my brain. Vash, what are you gonna do? I'm coming back to you in a minute, Nash. I didn't forget you.
If Noche is bored and wants to look for reagents, he can come with me, and we'll do that together.
Okay. So you guys can just make investigation, or you can, because it's your long rest activity, make investigation or nature at advantage. And then what are you looking for while looking for stuff specifically?
Some more triple flower.
More triple flower. Okay. You are able to find a deer. Go ahead and make an attack roll, Nash. You are able to find a small cluster of triple flower. Some of them seem a little non-taken care of or trampled on. So go ahead and roll me a d4. You are able to strike it. Go ahead and roll damage. Eight damage will kill it. Yeah. 8 damage will fell the beast. You're able to gather a deer. Go ahead and roll 2d12, and that's how much meat you can gather from it.
Right.
For rations. Vash, you find 3 triple flower.
Cool.
Eighteen rations. Gathered from the beast.
Okay.
Do you need these triple flower for anything, Noche?
Not really. I just wanted mostly bored. Didn't really have anything much else to do. Ran out of things to read.
Oh, well, thank you for your help. I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else? I have not gotten a message from Jack.
Sorry. Answering multiple people at the same time for some stuff.
Would I be able to cook the deer meat tonight, just to save everyone some rations while we have it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Alright, so I'll start subtracting the 5 rations from this, so you guys don't have to worry about rations for a few days. I'll let you guys know when I'm out.
And then while Jack is messaging me, you guys can go ahead and move another one, and we can roll again. Since you guys have 2 successful long rest activities, the DC is increased, so now you have to roll a 15 or higher to get a long rest activity.
Alright,
Okay.
I will roll the encounter.
I refuse to roll this time.
13.
Okay, no encounter.
I'll do the other thing.
Okay.
Nat 20.
And that's 20. You guys get another long rest activity tonight. And now it will be increased to 17 for 3 nights in a row. Did you guys move already? I wasn't paying attention because I was...
Yeah, we were right here,
Okay.
and now we're right here by the river bank? Or the little
It's...
river stream?
Yeah, it's like a stream. You guys will be able to cross it fairly easily with no issues. You guys, give me 1 second. I'm going to respond to this, and then I'll get to, if you guys want to think about your long rest activity for a short second.
Noche, you were talking about needing fish for taming a creature. You want to maybe go fishing with me? I only have some harpoons, so it'd be harpoon fishing, but it still might be nice to gather them yourself.
We'll be able to... I assume fish doesn't last very long. Were we perhaps able to turn these fish into preservable rations, maybe?
Let me see if we have some salt. We might be able to preserve them longer. I wasn't thinking that we would find them a beast in one day. I was just thinking, in case you want to gather some fresh on your own, if you ever get your own creature.
Very well. I suppose not. I have nothing better else to do. I don't think I have anything better to do. What do I have? What do I have?
Oops. Alright. Aiden, what are you doing during long rest? Book again?
Yep.
Okay, that's 2 points. 2 out of 7. Track it like that, go upwards, because once you hit 7, you succeed. Jack!
I do it again.
Okay. It's kind of the same thing. You guys see Jack kind of just performing drills, like, kind of over and over. He's practicing what looks like some sort of just like mechanical movements of, you know, trying to test out the way he's moving and swinging into things and channeling energy through his weapon. For you, Jack, it feels normal. It feels as if it's something you've done all your life, even though you just started doing this. It feels comfortable. It's, again, confusing because you don't know.
I was going to say, which
why.
is just as concerning
But
as not knowing where it comes from.
But you feel comfortable in it.
Okay.
Nash.
Since we're by a river, I was asking Noche if he wanted to come harpoon fishing with me, see if, since he might be needing fish in the future, just show him how to do it and see if we can gather some fish.
Okay, so you guys can go ahead and make a survival check at advantage. And this will just be like you're fishing, so nothing insane. Well, we'll see. If you roll nuts, I might give you something.
A water weird.
Well, and chokes them. You guys are able to hunt a few fish. You guys are able to get enough fish for rations for the night. Nothing, because you're training Noche. It is not a great night for gaining a ton of extra food or anything, but you are able to, well, enough fish alongside him to be able to get enough for the night.
Oh, well, that was a few good catches. Do you want to see how to properly grill them tonight too?
Very well.
Right. Huh. Thank you.
I'll admit, that was my first time fishing. Not a lot of... Well, I have heard of some underground lakes in the Underdark, but... not enough opportunity to actually fish in them.
Yeah. Maybe when we get back we can actually get some poles and you and me can go out sometime. That was really nice.
That's you two. He did that. Vash!
I would like to try my hand at making a vial of torpor.
Okay, so, give me 1 second. I think if you remember the rules, you're going to take your wisdom score of your choice, or your mental score of your choice, add your proficiency to it, and then you're going to add it to a d20. And you just have a regular set right now of, like, a kit for making it, so it's not, like, going to give you any sort of benefits outside of you have your proficiency and a wisdom, or a mental score, Jesus Christ, of your choice added to it. And whatever you choose now is your permanent score. So choose one, and that is what you are going to use for the whole campaign.
Alright, so my poisoner's kit is a +1.
Okay, well then you would have a +1, so then you have a +1 to it.
And then, so it is, the query for it then is wisdom, I guess? If I'm
so you're going to use
a mental
You're choosing
stat?
wisdom, that is your permanent stat for your kit now.
Okay.
Whatever you use.
Alright.
You were going to pretty much be using the recollection of information that you have from reading up on poisons and the way that they affect people, and you're, tinkering with them on your own and seeing other people do it, just recalling all that information and using your experience to create them rather than, just like a straight, pretty much creation of it. You're using the things that you have known to create it. So go ahead, roll a d20, add a proficiency plus wisdom plus 1, because you have the 1 from your poisoner's kit. And you're making torpor?
Yeah.
Okay. And we'll see what you get. A 16 gets you a potent torpor. So the DC for this, it's torpor. It's an actual thing. You can look it up. So it's nothing like crazy. It's torpor. It is. Is that the right one?
DC 17 con. Is that right? Am I reading that right?
I think it is. Let me double check. I'm pretty sure that's the right one because it feels very powerful. But I mean,
Oh, this is a sneaky.
It
thing.
is.
Okay.
Yes. So torpor. Yes, it is the 17 because it is potent, not perfected. And it is what yeah, it's the regular torpor. It's what I sent you, and it is. You have 2 uses of it rather than 1. And this is an ingested one.
It says that 1 torpor is 2 uses. This says it doubles. So would it be 4?
Oh, yes. It'd be 4, yes.
Okay.
So you have 4 uses of it, and again, it's an ingested one. This isn't something that you can coat your weapon with.
Right.
You would have to have someone consume it.
Yep.
Unless you stab it into their stomach.
You can like Bart Simpson, like shrimp shoot into their mouths with a slingshot.
I've been thinking about ways to use this, so.
Oh, you can also sell it. You know, it's money.
Yes.
You say torpor, I think of Ark.
You just beat things to death and then shove food in his mouth and tame it. Anyways, yes, you create a potent torpor.
Sick.
All right. Does and that's it, right?
That's
everyone?
it for me. Yep.
So the DC, since you guys have done multiple in a row, is now going to be 17.
Jackie, roll.
Someone hit that.
The way it works is once you guys like miss 3, then it resets back to the 1 to 10, 11 to whatever.
So cool.
That's the encounter. That's encounter. Encounter's always first. So you guys can move because you guys haven't moved. Always move before we do the rolls so we can track it easier.
19.
God.
And 19. That's another one. So now the DC is 20. You guys have to roll a nat 20 to be able to get checks. Once you fail 3 in a row, it resets.
That's fair.
So, go ahead and we'll start with Aiden. You do another book. Okay, that's 3. Jack, what are you doing today? If you have to think for a second, I can come back to you.
Nope, I'll walk over to Nash. I think that we should work on your rage a little bit.
Oh, right. Just a rage or
Well, come on.
Oh,
And then
okay.
you can come back to us.
Okay. Noche, since Nash is going off with Jack.
Okay. Oh, there was something actually I did want to do, but since we're still near a stream, can I just attempt to fish on my own and just ask Nash before he goes off to borrow some harpoons or spears?
Oh, of course. Here.
Yeah, go ahead and make a survival check. Do you have proficiency?
I have proficiency in all simple weapons, and I believe this is
No, not weapons. You're not making attack rolls. Don't worry about that. It's just survival.
Survival. No.
Okay. Then just go ahead and roll survival to see what kind of fishing you get done.
Ah, not bad. 17.
You are able to kind of just recreate the instances that Nash taught you yesterday with, not perfect effect, but well enough that you're able to, again, procure fish for the night. You are all able to get your long rest rations without expending a ration.
And then I'll just grill it the same way and Nash showed me how to do it.
Alright. And then Vesh, what are you doing?
I'm going to fuck around and find out for 500,
God.
Alex. I would like to attempt to make another potion, but I don't know what it would do. So we're just going to fuck around.
What are we fucking throwing in the bottle and making?
All right. I'd like to, in a small vial, I'd like to use some poisoner salts in a rogue morsel and see if that makes anything neat.
Before he throws in the rogue morsel, I'm just saying, you seem to be experimenting. Do you want to use mine? I have no use for it.
Your vial?
My rogue's morsel. I have an extra one.
Oh, yes. Sure.
I don't have a use for it.
Perfect. I will take that.
Go ahead and make a check without proficiency because you don't know what you're making. So you still add the +1, you still add the wisdom.
I'm just going to click it and we'll take 3 away from it.
14.
Yeah. 14.
You're able to make a basic poison. A potent basic poison.
Ooh.
In fact, I'm also going to give you my other rogue's morsel since I have 2, since I have no use for them.
Awesome. So,
actually,
salt.
Yeah. Okay, never mind. You're good.
So, if you look at basic poison, it is literally what it says. DC for potent is 12, and you can use it twice instead of once.
Okay, basic Oh, potent. Basic poison. And I get 2 out of 2 for this one? Instead
Yes,
of 1
you
out
get
of
2
1.
uses because it's potent. Potent. Jesus
It's
Christ.
potent.
It's potent.
It's important, see?
Okay, and I will have to look that up for the description, but awesome.
I will, I am also typing it out as I speak.
Oh, fantastic.
Like, typing it out to copy and paste to you here in a second. Back to Jack and Nash. Just be aware that I might have to double ask you guys. Because I am typing, and I don't know if you guys have heard me, but I cannot type and talk very well at the same time. So, if I have to ask you to repeat yourselves, I'm sorry. But go ahead and try to tell me what you're doing.
It's more roleplay, but sure.
Oh, okay.
I've noticed that you seem to only be able to activate your form under times of great stress or anger.
I have to, I guess, yeah, kind of be feeling a lot of things and kind of focusing on myself to bring out what I am.
Relying on your emotions in combat can get you or someone else killed. You have to learn to be able to control this form and these powers without feeling those emotions. But first, we have to figure out why it is those emotions that force you to change in the first place. So change.
Okay?
Shift. Right now, Nash.
Oh,
Nash!
oh,
Shift!
I'll try to activate a rage.
You rage.
So those emotions that drove you to that, just now, without any stress or any combat, you were able to pull upon them and activate your form.
Almost felt wrong. Like becoming something without being it. I don't know.
That's the thing. You and I, we are it. We are never not. This is who you are now.
Okay.
It's difficult to understand, but with time you will. You are no longer Nash the cook. You are now Nash the werewolf. You will never be able to be rid of this. This is who you are. You shouldn't be scared of it or have to rely on emotions to pull it out as you just did now.
I understand where you're coming from that, but I can accept that I'm this now in some way, but I'm more afraid of what others will think about it. I don't want to scare anyone needlessly with it again.
Your fear of your form, of your own abilities, a feeling I've forgotten. It's been a long time since I feared what I am. But you can't live your life by the opinion of others. Our opinion of you is not changed, even though that you can turn into this beast and rampage through a forest. Are people that will not be bothered by what you are. Those are the people you should surround yourself with. It's less fear. I'm not saying walk into town in your phone and, give children heart attacks. But embrace those that don't care that you're a wolf. They only care about who you, Nash, the person is. And there will be those that will revile you simply because of what you are. We've spoke to it many times before. But don't be afraid to embrace it, because you're scared of what you will do. You should embrace it because of what it can do.
Alright, I'll keep that to heart. I know I have a chance to help people. I know what you've done with your farm has helped people too.
Not necessarily, but I will let you imagine. They are lessons that I wish someone had taught me. Lessons that nobody did. The curse was activated when I was 11. I had no help understanding it. I had no help guiding me. And it led me to do extremely awful things because I also embraced it too much and let it become my identity. I have killed dozens of people because the form made me feel good about it. Because of what I am. It is intoxicating. So there is a line. You must not let the beast consume you either. But you also must not hide what you are. This is the entire reason I wear this mask. Plus, nobody necessarily wants to look at an extraordinarily scarred face. But I wear it because I'm ashamed of what I've done. But it took me entirely too long to learn that shame.
I had someone who taught me a bit about nature after I got to know him a bit, and the big thing that he taught me is scars show us that we lived through something hard. I understand that you want to hide it, but I'm glad that you can show your scars to the rest of us. Sounds like you've lived a very hard and not the happiest of life, but I'm glad that you're here with us now. And I'm glad that you're teaching me this. And
I want to make sure that, regardless of what happens to me, the wisdom I wish was shared with me is shared with you.
Thank you. Hold true to it.
Now, can you make that peppered beef again? And the jerky is amazing.
Oh, I'll be happy to. I did get a whiff of some fish. That was being cooked. So
No. I spent decades on the ocean. If I eat one more fish, I swear I might blow myself up with an eldritch blast.
That's fair. I'll get things prepped for you.
I really like this fish. Very tangy, kind of meaty,
I-
kind of lean at the same time.
I accidentally I muted because I was typing. Obviously, I'm sure you guys could tell. But I said as soon as I would Eldritch Blast myself, I was like, literally can't do that because you can't do enough fucking damage. But you know, the idea is there.
The idea is there. Because I don't have another spell. I can't fireball myself or something. And we wander back to camp. That is Jack's long rest activity. I think he'll just pretty much immediately go to bed because I can sustain myself off blood if I need to.
Okay. So again, nobody has to spend a long rest, or a ration for a long rest. And then Nash, if you want to cook something, you still can cook something because I wouldn't say that was probably a whole lot of time.
I used a ration to cook something for him. No worries.
I mean, I make fish for everyone since I guess.
Yeah, he's not eating the fish.
Okay, let's see how
Don't need to.
Noche is sad. His ears droop. Sad dog.
No, he's more like irritated. Like, fine, whatever. Fucking starve for, I care.
I can't. I literally can't.
He walks up to just. Fish is not my thing. Okay, so go ahead and move the token. One more, and then everyone, let's do another roll for encounter.
Quickly, AFK wife's heading to bed.
Okay.
All right, this is most likely encounter, but let's do it. Yeah, 12.
Nothing. Encounters are the same. They're only on 1s and 20s, so we don't get spam with encounters. No long rest activity. So you guys spend a ration and then move on for the day.
I would like to ask, do you guys think that we should go north of the mountains or south of the mountains to try to find this ore? I think these are the sort of the ranges that he was talking about.
I don't think I was there for. Hold on 1 second. I actually have to step away for 1 second, so you guys decide that.
He just as a recollection, he kind of just pointed it out. It's in this area for you guys, kind of like the other one.
So, what do you think? Should we travel north of the mountains or south?
I'm going to flip a coin, and if it's even, we go north, and if it's odd, we go south. How's that?
Well, if he said flip a coin and then said even and
I did, because
odd.
I was talking about a dice, and I'm stupid. So even, we go north.
All right. Sounds good.
Vash pulls out his gambler's dice and says, I'm going to flip a coin, and then rolls the dice. So,
rolls the dice. Okay, draw a straw.
I was about to say, like, is there a D2? And then I was like, wait, it's literally just a fucking coin.
It's a coin, yeah. D2s are just coins.
D1, roll a marble.
D3s do exist, but most D3s exist, but typically people use D6s and just like 1 and 2 is 1, etc., etc. So there's all kinds of weird fucking... I like D3s, they look cool. So go ahead and one of the remainder 3, go ahead and... If we hit a random encounter, we'll just wait until at least one of them is back. But go ahead and roll D20 for encounter, D20 for long rest. This is day 2 for the long rest activity, if you guys fail. Okay, no encounter.
Damn, my
No
rolls are
long rest.
shit.
Okay, you have 3 or 1 more day.
I rolled a 1, a 2, and a 4.
So,
right.
Just for these.
You guys can move once more. Another set of rations.
I'll be cooking the rations this time, so no one has to take theirs away. I'll use it from the deer.
Okay. There you go. You track that. Everyone else, when they get back at the tell them they would have used 1 each then still from the other day. And then you guys can go ahead, and this, you guys already moved right now, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so then roll your encounters again, or your numbers.
Not it.
1 more D20 each.
Oh.
Well, there's only 3 of you right now, so.
Got it.
Nope. So you guys will be able to. You guys are reset on your DC for long rest activities. No encounter. You guys kind of just move through the mountains. The next day, I'm assuming you guys are going this direction.
Yep.
This is the day where you guys have to find it. It's not as difficult as finding the other thing because it's just you just investigate all the caves that you find, pretty much. But you guys will be able to investigate. This is something where, again, you guys can choose to investigate or a long rest on this day as you're investigating the area. I'd say that I still have a DC set. I have multiple DCs depending on how you guys do things, actually, I should say. But I'll start with those that are here. Aiden, how do you want to go about looking for this cavern that you were told about?
Oh, I'm back.
Okay. You used 1 ration in the few days that they traveled.
Okay.
No activities or anything that nobody, but you guys are reset, so you guys are going to start rolling your normal DCs for those now. And then we're in the mountain area where you're going to start looking for the thing. It's kind of like how it was with the hunting the bulette. You guys are going to choose long rest activity or looking for the cavern with the ThundOre in it, or vibrating iron, whatever you want to call it. So I'm starting with Aiden. Aiden, what are you going to do in the area?
No. I don't know. Look.
Okay. Are you just like generally looking around, looking for like obvious signs of like this cavern or signs of it?
Do we know anything about it besides just a cave with ThundOre in it?
She told you about creatures nearby that there would be. And if you can remember the creatures' names, because if you wrote them down or something, I will. There you go. I will let you make a history nature check. Nature or arcana check on the creatures.
Me?
Yes. You're the one looking for stuff.
Yep. I was reading. You said nature or arcana? What?
Yes. Nature or Arcana. Depending on what you roll depends on the information you'll gain.
Oh, that's crazy. 22.
So, you know that Zorn are elemental in nature. Like, they are beings of elemental. Like, they're elementals. But they're very, very often seen in the material plane. They are typically seen in caves, mountains, underground passages, old abandoned mines, things like that. They are not always aggressive, but they are territorial. They are they are creatures that feed off of metals and gemstones and things of the sort. They love crystals and gems, and the more like ornate and fancy a gem is, the more happy they are to eat it. They sustain themselves off those things, so it's not just like they choose to eat it because they like it. They literally sustain themselves off of it. They can also eat things like metals and other things, but they're more acquired to the taste of fancier gems and such. You also know that they are not always, again, they're not aggressive, but they are territorial. So a lot of people have taken them on as pets. A lot of people have taken them on as companions. A lot of people have worked together alongside Zorn. But there have also been times where people have tried to hide or take gems from Zorn and have immediately been attacked by them. They are also large creatures that are very unique looking and hard to fucking miss.
Okay.
I don't know if there is a handout for one, but I'll try to find one and hand it out.
Okay. Well, then I guess I'll try and maybe not search like specifically for them, but openings and anything like Zorn. Yep.
Okay, go ahead and make a perception check.
Yeah. Right there. 13.
You see plenty of like what could look like caverns or holes in the walls or things that could be caves. You even see a couple of them that glow. But they're all fairly small entrances, in your knowledge and recollection of Zorns. They are not huge creatures, but they are big enough that they like to be able to move freely, and that most of the things that you see are not likely it.
Okay.
Jack, are you back? Nash, what are you gonna do?
I'm going to start looking around some of the tunnels and see if I can start finding any evidence of any minerals or any type of elements that may point what direction to start traveling more to hopefully find better sources of whatever this ThundOre might be. Using some of the knowledge that I got from growing up in a mining town, just knowing some basic stuff from I might have been told. So nothing. I don't know much about mining. I just know kind of break the rocks and stuff. But I might see if I can tell if the ore might be in a certain direction from what it sees from the rock.
Go ahead and make a nature check.
Okay.
I consider rocks natural. In most cases.
Oop, that's not an advantage, sorry. So that'll be
An
18.
You do see what looks like, you're kind of looking for areas of what looks like iron and, you know, things that you've seen in a mining town. Different kinds of things that would be mined and extracted from mountain regions and such. And you see mostly, like, this area is probably not dense in material at all. But you do see what looks like a small collection of caves and caverns that are kind of clustered. And in that area, you can tell by the way they are kind of pitched open and things that they are likely areas where people have gone in to gather resources before. Or, based on the outcroppings of the caves and the way that they are made, something dug through to make those holes.
Okay, so it looks like these were tunneled in some way before. So it might be them Zorn that we were talking about.
The which hole do we go down to? Or do they all lead the same way, like the Bulettes?
You said that they looked older. Do these seem to travel far? Like we would, if we would travel them, we would be able to travel a day into the mountain?
You would have to get up close to them to investigate. I'd say, like, you saw them, and you found, like, the path of them, but you have not gone to investigate them.
Okay. We'll have to look in deeper for that to be done. Just from the traces of what I've saw, mining wasn't really a passion of mine. It just was a way to earn some money.
Sorry, I'm yawning. Noche, Jesus Christ. What are you gonna do?
Okay, so we found the caverns, but we don't really know which one to go down to. Can I try to investigate, like, kind of trackings to see which one's the most, like, well-traveled down?
Yeah, go ahead and make an investigation roll.
Okay. Where's my sheet? Why do I use closeness? Seven.
Unfortunately, you're able to kind of find the ones that have probably been more traveled on by both human and bestial creatures. By bestial, I don't mean like beast, I mean like of varying kind of creatures. And they all, based on your best guesses and assumptions, either have been traveled the same amount, or you just didn't really get a good thorough check on them on, like, your investigation. You're just having an off day or something. Jack, are you back? Vash, what are you gonna do?
So, mechanical question. Are we supposed to, like, kind of be building off of what each other does in turn?
Not necessarily. You could do your totally own thing if you want.
But we can build off in
yes,
turn?
you can absolutely build off of each other.
Okay, then, yeah, I think I'm gonna go to the... Where we are, like, where the large openings that Nash found and that Noche just recently explored. I kind of want to look out for signs of the Zorn, tracks, what have you, but also kind of feel like it's called ThundOre, so I'm thinking maybe there might be, like, vibrations in the ground, so, like, keep a sense of, like, for anything like that, like tactile vibration.
I would say you can choose to either feel for the vibrations that you're like alluding to, or you could choose to go down the route of investigating for the Zorn. Which one would you prefer to do?
Let's try the vibrations.
Okay, go ahead and make a perception check. This is going to be based on both sound and feeling.
Okay. 19.
So, after some time, you guys are kind of traveling, and you feel small, very faint vibrations, but then you kind of follow the track of them. You eventually find yourself into an opening that, as you look inside, glistens this purple, like, glow from the inside, and you hear what sounds like crunching noises. Not like someone crunching on, like, a hard nut or something. Like, someone, like... It sounds like rocks are being, like, completely, like, ravaged and destroyed under something, like, completely, like, just shattering.
I think we may have found our quarry. Am I alone?
No, you guys are traveling together, I assume, at this point.
Okay.
Or at least close enough that you guys can, like, talk to each other and shit.
Yeah, I think we're pretty close here. It sounds like something's eating rocks, which is what these Zorn are known to do, so...
Well, and from what we can tell, they're not initially hostile, but we should still proceed with caution. This is still their territory.
Would it be all right if, with all of you, if we maybe rest for tonight, or we can make us something special to kind of give us a boost for the morning, and then we travel
You
in?
immediately realize that if you take too much time, that whatever they like to eat gems and ore, that if they're in the cavern with this material that you're seeking, it's likely going to be gone by the end of your rest if they're eating it.
Then I guess we probably should catch up with them. Hopefully they'll be okay if we gather some of the supplies. Unless, do you guys want to wait and then investigate tomorrow when they're gone, or should we go make our acquaintances with
I suggest
these
we make haste, and then afterwards we could just teleport back to town and then walk some different direction.
I wonder if they like the taste of carved.
Right.
But I guess go for now. Go and
Right.
check it out.
Came taxi there for a second.
Yeah, my brain's a little fried. I'm all over the place.
So, we're all choosing to go in the cavern then?
Yeah.
Okay. Up here.
I do not see any. Can't move.
Ah, I can't move either.
Tight
Oh, there we
spaces.
go.
Question.
Oh my God.
To mine with the pickaxe, did I need to attune to it, or can I mine without? Okay, cool. I didn't see that it said attunement, but I wanted to make sure.
It is attunement for using the features of it, but for mining it now. So, you guys can hear what sounds like crunching and such around this corner and this corner. And ignore all the things you can see on the map.
Yes, I'm just ignoring.
Yeah, there's a bunch of pimples there anyway.
Doesn't exist.
I love the image of just a fucking gem just being thrown into a giant gaping mouth.
Shall we go say hello?
Well, hopefully they're not. Well, let's just get on with it.
I mean, yeah, what else are we going to do?
Excuse me.
So, go ahead and
Hello,
travel.
hello.
This is up. Like, as you kind of, like, get into a position, you can see this is, like, an upward climb. You can see this goes downward. I'll tell you when to stop.
Could I see with these rock walls if they've all been like carved out in specific ways, or does it look like this was a natural at first?
It seems to be mostly natural.
Okay, and are there like sections that seem to have been like carved out or chunked out that we could assume have been eaten?
Doesn't look like, I mean, it doesn't look like things are just, like, chewing on the rocks, like on the walls, if that's what you're getting at.
Mm-hmm. Okay. We'll just squeeze through here.
And you see, the first thing you see is a large creature. It's about 8 feet tall, like just short of it, throwing what looks like this big chunk of like purplish, like grayish, like rock into its mouth. And you see as it crunches into it, you hear almost like a boom as he chomps into it. That seems to like reverberate from the inside of the creature's stomach. And then you hear what's the best description you could think of. I could think of is it sounds like a monster giggling. Like you see it like grab its stomach and like do the like Pillsbury Doughboy like ooh, but it sounds really weird.
Because that wasn't weird.
It's more like
I'm going to point at my head and then point at Vash.
I cast Psychic Whispers on Nash.
Does it only work one way?
No.
Was it both ways? Okay, never mind then.
Yeah. Yeah, Nash, Noche, and Jack.
Okay. So, but Aiden, again, is in this conversation.
I'm sorry, I need one more proficiency point.
Also to be super fair, I don't know if Aiden's head is a place I really want to be. I've heard enough to know that I'm good.
Just banjos in his head.
Banjo.
Or screaming eldritch whores.
I was like,
Playing banjos.
banjos and eldritch horrors. That's a hell of a metal band.
Just
That's a fire Loki fire band name. Banjos and
Eldritch horrors. That's your guys' band name now. Anyways,
Boy,
you guys are now
have a pretty
connected.
Soul.
What do you think? Should I just go and say hello and ask about mining? Like, point at this and then point at the ore?
All
I'm
I
guessing
can see is the back of Aiden's head. What are you looking at?
a giant red man with teeth eating shiny rocks and laughing.
I would not call this thing a man.
Could you say
here.
that again?
A giant
I'll send a picture
red
of what it looks like.
man with
Yeah, I looked it up because I was curious.
teeth eating shiny rocks and laughing.
Right.
He's about eight
Maybe we
feet
let
tall.
someone else handle the conversation. No
More like a
offense.
pit with
Right.
engine legs.
None taken. Well,
That's a Zorn.
I'll just move over this way, and anyone feeling sociable can say hello.
And yes, their flesh looks like rocky.
Yeah. Do we know if they speak like?
We're about
No,
to
that
find
is
out.
not something you would
Okay.
get.
Hello.
You see it immediately turn towards you, and it does like the whole like they caught me thing, where it kind of looks around at you, and its arms are kind of like out wide, and its one eye looks back and forth, and it looks back at you, and then it says, "There kuvaru, tuasa, arurum."
Does
I
anyone
have a
speak
thing.
whatever the fuck that is?
Hold on.
What languages does everyone speak? Because I know it. I'm
I
almost.
I have a thing for this. Hold on.
It is not gibberish. I think I know what you're looking
Common,
at. but-
Orin, undercommon,
It's not, I can
draconic.
speak with anything. Is
No.
Hold on, where the fuck
No,
is
Jay.
it?
Okay.
Oh, I can fix this too, actually.
Speak gibberish and self creatures of your choice understand you using a strange kind of telepathy.
He speaks French.
Yeah, he just like
This
runs
trait
his
does
finger
not
over his mouth.
function- Creatures that
I
cannot understand any language.
I was playing the banjo with his lips.
just imagine he sounds
So you
like
can under.
the little kid from the Wild Thornberries. I forget his fucking name.
Darwin, I think?
You can understand me, but I won't be able to understand him based on what it is saying.
Ooh.
Yeah.
We have it pinned, right? So I can look it up pretty easy.
Yep.
Here we go. You speak to have creatures of your choice understand you using a trait. The trait does not function on creatures you can understand. Language of madness can also be used to issue irresistible alien commands.
It's just like a command.
I might be able to remedy this.
I would say, yeah, you can one-way speak to them, but it does not specify that they can speak to you. So, like, they'd understand you, but you wouldn't understand them.
So
Do you
then
want
I
me
guess
to-
I'd be like, do you want to do your thing?
Yeah, I can do this.
He says out loud
Communicate
because
both ways.
Yeah. All right. I drop the current psychic whisper,
okay,
and then I expend a psionic die and do it again.
okay,
And I'm going to cast it on the Zorn, myself,
okay,
Jack, and Nash.
okay.
I don't cast it
creature-
on myself, but you get it.
It connects you to them.
Yes.
And if I'm correct, it only connects you, so you have to be the middle man. Psychic Whispers, there it is.
The court is in session.
Yeah, so you're the middle ground. So they have to
yeah.
speak to you, you can speak to them, but you can't, like, it's not like a group chat. It's, they
Gotcha.
talk to you, you
Alright.
talk to them. So, you do that.
And then I will telepathically to the Zorn say, hi there. May we come down? Is it safe?
You see it look around, like, and make, like, a couple of circles as it kind of, like, waddles in place and turns around a couple times. And then it looks at you. You, in my head?
Yes, that's me.
I don't like.
I can't read your thoughts or anything of the sort. This is purely communication. I just wanted to talk to you because we had a language barrier. Now we can understand each other. And I'm asking you, is it safe for us to come down?
No. Me and brothers. No like others here. This our iron. You leave. And you can tell when this thing is speaking, despite it being like a telepathic thing, it still has like broken common. It is like very weirdly spoken. You can tell it is forming coherent sentences.
Should we ask if they know where any of the ThundOre might be?
Oh, well,
If they're not willing to give?
Well, okay, so telepathically to the monster. We can't come down, okay? You've made that clear. We're looking for a particular ore. Not sure of its official name, but it's been known to be called ThundOre. It crackles like thunder does in the air. Do you know what I'm talking about? Have you seen
Yes. That the stuff that make my stomach rumble. That the stuff that make me giggle. That the stuff that I like. That we're here for. Lots of it in here. All over.
Okay, good. We're on the right track.
But it's ours.
Okay. Well, you've made that very clear. Thank you for your time. Sorry to interrupt your meal.
And then he just like slams his hand to the ground and pulls out like a rock and just fucking throws it into the maw.
All right, so and out loud to the group in common. So this one's not terribly hostile, but he says that his brothers are. They're very territorial. He claims that ThundOre is here, but that's why they're here, and they're not likely to give it up. So if we continue forward, we're probably in for a fight every time we run into these guys.
What do you think that they would be willing to trade something, or?
I mean, they only seem to be interested in other gems.
Have rocks to give them.
Well, do we have any sort of gems or any shiny rocks they'd be interested in?
I mean, all of mine have been obviously used for you guys. I still have them, but I have one spare rock.
I don't know. Did he say that they like this rock or anything? Because if this one is special to them, then I don't know if any normal things will trade well. I don't know. I feel bad just going out and stealing what they're eating, but we were asked to come here and get it, so...
Well, that's another point. We were asked to come here and get it, not to kill all the creatures in the cavern trying to take it. It's two very different things.
Yeah, but at the same time, it would be a waste of a trip if we returned with nothing. Otherwise, this travel would
It's
be
a waste of a trip, but it's also the senseless murder of creatures that have done nothing wrong.
Who said anything about murdering them? That's the first thing everyone thinks about. We can just trade them for something.
We have nothing to trade them.
I mean, that one seems to be suspicious. Maybe we can coerce this one into working for us.
Are there any gems near us in the walls?
It seems that up to the point that you have traveled, that anything that you can tell that there's like pieces of chunks of the wall, like, you know, and this is going to contradict kind of what I said earlier. Nothing is eaten out of it, but you can tell that there used to be pieces of like metal or something that used to be in parts of the wall that are now missing. They are probably peeling them off and eating them as they get deeper into the cavern.
How are they eating it? Are they just kind of like just digging their hands in and just ripping it out, or like do they have to like?
You haven't seen it yet. You've only seen like him take the one rock from the ground and throw it in his mouth, but then you only like saw the back end of him getting it into his mouth. You guys have not seen like how they extract it. Just simply they throw it in their giant fucking mouth.
I mean, my best guess is to ask them to let us do our diggings, and then in return give them a portion of whatever we get, rather than just senselessly murdering them. Seriously, what was the first thing you thought of?
So
you
your
don't seem to want
solution
to
instead
share.
is to ask them if we could take some of the things that they are devouring.
Yes, take some of it and then give a portion of what we get for them.
That thing barely said 4 words a sentence. Do you really think it's going to be able to understand the concept of share?
I mean, we don't know anything about these creatures.
Look, I have
So it's worth a try rather than just doing nothing. It seems like a huge waste.
if we had something that would entice them to eat, I could cover it in torpor and incapacitate them. Assuming that, I get lucky with the DC. But, what I'm trying to say. It wouldn't kill them, but it would incapacitate them for a number of hours. That way we can get in and non-lethally mine some stuff, hopefully.
Well, I'm also wondering, this might not be the only mine of this. Maybe we can say that this is theirs and wonder if there is another area that we would be allowed to go to. And maybe even say, like, we clear out what is there, take small part, then you come in and finish off without hassle, something like that.
Let me see. Telepathically to the Zorn. Another question for you, buddy.
Ha! Thought you left.
Sorry. Yeah, I know. I'm sneaky like that. So, this cave full of the ThundOre, are there any others like it? Because if there are, we would love to, go in there, clear out any potential threats, make it nice and safe for you guys, and maybe in return we just take a little bit of that ore.
No, this is the last cave, this area. All the other ones that we found with this stuff is so far away.
Ask it how difficult it is for them to mine such a thing.
Is it hard for you to mine the ThundOre?
Kind of. We don't get the special stuff on its own. We get all of it, the rock, the metal, all of it all at once. So it mixes the good flavors with the bad flavors. But it still feels good in our tummies.
What if we could extract it for you, nice and clean, no extra bad flavor? In exchange, you give us a little bit, and on your end, you get nice, clean, good flavor.
How much little bit to you?
I look at the party. What do we need? Like, not much.
We were given an amount, I believe.
Well, how about this?
You were
for
given an
every-
amount.
We were given an amount, but I don't remember it.
You guys were told it would take
Liberty
3
Medal.
pieces for medium armor, 4 pieces for a heavy armor, 2 pieces for a shield, and 2 pieces for a weapon. He wants at least medium or heavy armor for a minimum.
At least
How much?
3.
How much is a piece? Like, how much would a piece consider with weight of it?
It'd be like 1 ore, like 1 rock's worth.
Maybe we can make a deal of, like, for every 5 ore that we mine, they get to keep 4 and we keep 1, and we can stay and work with them until we have as much as we need.
No, how about 1 for every 3?
I can work with that. Do you want to ask them, Vash?
What if you guide us through the cave system, and for every ore we mine, you keep 3, we keep 1.
He almost sounds like he's chanting at this point,
going
rather
there
than.
to-
I bring. How about this? I bring you to that crystal, and he points at one over there. And you see like one kind of like taking like his hands and kind of like smacking on the sides of it, trying to like peel it off. Not doing a great job. If you're good, then we make a deal. If no good, then I eat you too.
Okay. Can you guarantee our safety up to that point? He wants us to go across the river to that ore and see our handiwork. He says if we do a good job, the deal is good. And if we don't, they'll probably, like, attack us.
Also tell them that we have a special equipment to get it, but they're not allowed to eat it.
The equipment.
He's got a point. The pickaxe is made of a crystal.
Okay. So
Wait a second.
the deal is good on our end, but fair warning, the device we use, the tool we use to mine the ore, looks like ore. Can you guarantee you won't try to eat it?
I guess.
Yeah, it's bad flavor, like we discussed. It's not the good stuff.
You taste it before?
Yeah, I did. And we use it to get the good stuff, though. That's why it's important. So.
Okay.
All right, it's a deal.
So once you guys get down to him, he just takes you guys and he like picks you up and just like moves you over there. Like he just like kind of steps over this thing and kind of does like a weird like straddle over it. This cavern isn't like huge. It's like a chasm that goes down to like a small like river opening or something. And he just kind of like steps over it and kind of takes his arms and kind of one by one lifts you guys over.
Oh,
So Nash has the pickaxe.
Mm-hmm.
Can I give him?
And the other one's looking at you. They start looking at each other and like conversing in this language that you guys have no idea what it is, and it's just like a bunch of like at each other pretty much. And the one on the bottom half next to Nash, not the one that brought you over, is kind of like you see it roll its one eye, and it's like, and the other one's like starts speaking out loud to Vash, and then it's like, and then it points at its like mouth because it doesn't really have a head. And then it says, "Oh yeah, head. Forgot that. You good for this one. He's skeptical, I think is the common word for it. But
Understood.
This one seems a little bit more refined.
All right, Nashoba, show them what you're.
they're intelligent.
all right.
Capable
Don't
Can I give
mind
Nash,
if I do.
use Bardic Inspiration?
Sure.
Right, and I will start getting to work on the crystal.
So go ahead and mine it by conducting a attack roll with the pickaxe.
Does Nash have any mining songs?
So it is just a regular strength +3.
Yep.
Okay.
And the Bardic Inspiration die if needed?
Yes.
Because I'm kind of scared.
I mean, yeah. There's like how many of them? How many shrimps are in here? Oh, not bad.
All right, so 19.
You're able to strike it. As you strike it, you see the vibration of the ore kind of just goes through the cavern. And it almost like as the vibration kind of cracks down into the metal, you see it starts separating itself from the other bits of the wall and the like rock that it's like infused with. And it separates itself enough where you're able to pull, all right now, 3 crystals.
All right, second attack.
It is done.
Oh,
It is just...
okay.
They are all out right now.
All right. So
I shouldn't say crystals. They look like crystals on the map, but they're like pieces of like rock or like iron, metal.
Is that one piece one ore in 3 pieces, or is that 3 count as 3 ores?
That is 3 ores from the one thing. So I'm gonna go ahead and do this. Actually, I'll do that. Sorry about the line through it, but
well, we said we mine 3 and they keep 2 and we keep 1, so I'll gesture 2 of them to our new friend.
And he starts speaking out loud to you because he doesn't know that he can speak to you in the head. And he just like gestures and like waves his finger at you, and then like hand it over, kind of a thing.
Okay.
And then
yeah.
they each take one and throw it into their like mouths, and they start chewing. And you guys hear like every crunch. There's like a vibration that kind of comes from them, and then they smile with what could be called a smile. And this thing's that is really creepy. And then they shake their heads, and then they say, "You." Or this one, he points to Vash and says, "You, follow me."
Okay.
Okay.
And then as he brings you back here into this cavern, he brings you guys up to this. He's going to bring Vash to the front. He looks at this one, and he kind of, like, starts, like, talking to him and making gestures and, like, being, like, real, like, conversational with this one. And he points to you and says, "Do it one more time. This, our leader, he bring group here. He likes it. He says we make the deal. But the deal is, for every 3 pieces we get, you get 1.
Yeah, but my link is with you, so you have to tell him that. But and I will look at the group and is this agreeable? They want 3 for every 1 we take. So out of every 4 that we mine, they get 3, we get 1.
If they like this one, you have to convince this leader.
This is the leader. Yeah, if he's agreeable to this.
So every 4 we get, or for every 4 we get 1 of the group.
Yes, you guys get 25% of it, pretty much. Not counting that first one, or the one that you guys are about to mine.
They got to do the mine first and uncovered all this stuff. I'd say that's pretty fair.
Agreeable.
I find this acceptable.
All right. So go ahead and make another attack roll on this next piece of ore.
All right. 23.
A 23 hits. You were able to, on this one, find 3 more. And then you start seeing that they start packing at, like, the entrance as they see what's going on. Oops. I gotta zoom out.
All right. And I'll give over these 3.
And as you give over those 3, he eats all 3 by himself. And then you see him crunching each again, like, the vibrations are, like, almost knocking you all off your feet as, like, this thing just, like, whom, whum, whum, from each bite that this thing crunches down on this thing. And he shakes his head, in approval. And then he, like, says some stuff to the other one, and the other one says, "You'll be watched, but you can mine. For every 3 we get, you get 1.
Perfect. So, in total, we have gotten 6. So that
they ate all those.
Oh, okay. So,
Damn,
perfect.
Fucking bastards.
Yep.
And
now they watch you real closely.
Yeah, there's like, how many eyes?
Right. Could you clarify that to them that we have now given 6, so we get 2 of this one, and then we'll continue from there?
I
was asking
actually,
Vash that.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think he would actually understand you.
Yeah,
I had to look at their languages.
Vash to tell them that.
Yeah.
Where those ones?
You guys have gotten 6 so far, which means we're entitled to 2. So the next 2...
He shakes his head no and says, "No, those were to get the deal and make sure that you weren't lying to us, and convince my leader here that it was fair game. Deal starts now."
He says the deal starts now.
Oh. Well, that's fair, and we have a few friends here now, so I'd say maybe not the best time to disagree.
Okay. All right, very good. We'll continue. Thank you.
They all just, like, look at you, and you see, like, some of them, like, reaching around the corner, like, eagerly looking at you. Go ahead and make an attack roll against the rock.
Okay.
I'm just gonna drag your token around, too, as this happens. To each of them.
Good.
I just not mark there, I think so. 15. On this one, you were only able to gather 2.
Okay.
Sorry, I will let you use the inspiration for the next one. That's my bad.
Okay.
I respond quick to those, so...
Then I will roll the next one.
Okay. And that would be this one.
Okay. Question. Am I able to do this recklessly, or should this just all be straight?
No. Nope, it is going to be straight.
Okay.
If you go reckless, you know, just based on your experiences, that if you go too much, you might shatter or break some stuff. This one,
Okay.
you're able to collect 4 total.
Right.
Moving to this one, we're just going to gather the numbers and do it all at the end, because it'll be easier.
Okay.
I'm also keeping track. Ooh, nice.
Again, 4. And then we're going to go to this one over here. That one is 3. We get to another one over here. And the way it works is like, you give 1, 2, 3, then you get 1. You give 1, 2, 3, you get 1. So, I'm going to do it like that when I go to count. A 19 will also get you 3, I think. Yes, 3. Sorry, I had to look at my DCs that I had for this. Another one. Three again. And then we'll move to this one.
Yeah.
22.
3 again. Sorry, I didn't even see that. Go ahead and do another one that's right next to you.
24.
That is also 3. You have this one. You have 3 more down in this area.
23.
That is 3 more. Oops. That's a bad 3. Whatever. You can go ahead and roll for the next 2. That is 4.
27.
I got 1 more in this little area.
20.
That is another 3. And then we have 3
left.
more. Yep.
22.
That is 3.
Going to Bardic Inspiration that. Is that a D8 or a T10?
Yeah.
Okay.
D8.
18.
And 18 will get you, unfortunately, 2.
Okay.
Last one.
26.
That is 4. Okay.
Okay, so,
So-
let me add it up.
You guys would get...
Pretty decent amount.
1, 2...
3, 6,
I got
9,
44.
12, 15, 18.
It's not how it works, though,
Well,
because it's the way that they
25.
do it is they're going to take 3, then give you 1. So I'm going to do the math like that, because I think it actually gets them more and you less.
Yeah, total is 34.
Is that 34? Did I do that wrong in my head?
I can re-add it.
12, 18,
6.
22, 25, 28, 31, 35, 38, 2, 3, 44.
Yeah, I
Which
wasn't
is-
counting the first 3 I added up.
They should get 11, or we should get 11 and they should get 33.
Okay, so then we're at... Set that, okay. And then you get this one, and you guys would get...
I'm going to go AFK for a few moments.
This one. That'd be 1, 2 more to be even. So now it's this one's 1, 2, 3, and then you guys get 1 to be 2. Two left. You guys only get 10. Because when you have to give them another set of them, it wouldn't get you guys to the 11th one. They would take enough again, because it's not just dividing. It is they give 3, you give them 3, then you get 1. You give them 3, they get 1. You give them 3, they get 1. So it's not going to be a perfectly good ratio with the numbers that you have. So you guys only get 10.
I mean, when I did the math, I counted up all the things. I just did it by 3, multiplied it, and then divided it by 4. I got 10.5 anyways, so.
Yeah,
So,
and that half would have been on their
we got 3
side.
for all of them anyways. Yeah.
So, yeah, you guys got 10.
10's still pretty fucking good.
Mm-hmm. Happy with that. You could have slaughtered a bunch of Zorn and got a ton more, but then...
I'm gonna be real with you. I don't feel confident. It's just, these motherfuckers eat rock.
They're built like the fucking thing.
The thing.
Listen, they ain't from Brooklyn, but, you know, they'll still beat you like it, like they are.
Alright. So, ew, what is this? Okay, why is that there? Go away. Alright, so, you guys, managed to escape with 10 ore. I'm assuming, unless you guys have anything else to ask or deal with them, which I doubt.
Start killing him
but
anyway. No.
We
if you guys
slaughtered
want.
them all! No.
So, you guys are able to exit then.
And I'll write down 10 ThundOre ore.
Yes, indeed. You could just write 10 ThundOre. You could just write
ThundOre.
ThundOre. It's right. It's thunder and ore combined for that specific reason. It's a pun.
Har har har.
It's also called vibrating iron. Pretty much like that, except one word.
Vibranium?
No, vibrating iron.
I know, you say vibrating iron and my brain... Vibranium?
So, you guys are able to get out. That is your day, pretty much. But when the next day arrives, you guys can all just do it, rations. Jack and Noche, you guys missed one. I already told you, Noche, but Jack, you missed one ration on the other traveling stuff that Nash didn't cover. So, what do you guys want to do? It's the next day, you guys can move. And then roll for... Depending on where you go. If you guys get into cities, you guys automatically get long rest activities.
I suggest we just teleport back to Rivington, since we still have to walk to other locations, or Readaven. Since there's other locations we have to walk to, and then by then the stone will be able to have all its charges back.
Sounds good to me. I think that was the plan all along, right?
Okay.
Is everyone else in agreement?
Mm-hmm.
I don't have an alternative, so...
Then you guys are in Readaven. I watched Creed 3 for the first time last night, and they had a song play that mentioned Wakanda Forever, and I just thought it was cool because like Michael B. Jordan was Killmonger. Anyways, before we get ADHD and sidetracked, I just thought that was cool. You guys are in Readaven. What do you guys want to do in Readaven? You guys get a long rest. You guys... Give me a second. You guys could choose to... That was nothing for you. I just accidentally backed out of my shit. You guys can choose to train if you'd like, or you could do other long rest activities while you're in town.
I should just, before we do anything extraneous, we should deliver the goods.
Yes.
Indeed.
Let's deliver the carapace to Battle Force first, since I don't know if there's an expiration date on these objects.
The carapace themselves look fine, but the small amount of like blood and muscle and stuff, cartilage attached to them, are gross.
Yeah. So can I use the Battle Force tracker to see where he is?
He seems to be just outside of town.
He seems to be leaving just now. Well, this way.
And you guys kind of walk your way out, and you guys see the tip of the house through a bunch of trees, and realize that he is probably in there.
Knock on the door?
You knock on the door?
Mm-hmm.
Nothing happens.
I knock louder.
Is it?
I'll repeat that one more time.
Who is it that knocks on the door?
It's Noche and the rest of the group who were sent out to fight Scratchy.
Yes, okay. And then the door opens and Solomon's standing there with his eyes closed, head up, towel in hand. Come in, please. Mr. Battleforce has been expecting you.
Oh, we have nothing but Mr. Anderson. We have nothing but good news to give them.
Fantastic. I'm sure he'll be delighted. Sir Battleforce! And then you hear, like, stomping from upstairs as you see this man come sliding around the corner like a robe. Ah, yes! You have returned. I assume with the mighty carapace of Scratchy in tow?
2 pieces of it, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Two! Fantastic. Well, we must reward them for the extra effort. Solomon, please! Get them their gold, and some. Yes, sir. And then he comes down and he says, may I?
By all means.
Seen one, no reason. I'll hand over the one I was carrying.
And he takes it, and he kind of, like, flips it around and looks at it. You see, like, he sees, like, the blood and sinew on it, and he just kind of, like, takes his hand and, like, wipes it off and then, like, slaps it on the ground. And then he takes it back around and he says, this will be perfect for a mount on my walls. The other one. Can I see that one as well?
I think Nash had it? Yeah.
Oh, of course. Here you go.
I might experiment with this one. Maybe I can create some weaponry or shield of some sort out of it. I will let you know what I decide of its future.
And what do you make of this? And I'll pull a bulette foot out of my bag.
Their feet. And he takes it and he kind of like squeezes its ankles and everything. And it's dead now, but they're mighty creatures. You'd likely be able to take the very hide that they have and create some sort of, I would assume, item of magical nature if you were able to enchant items and create something with the effects of a Bulette's, I would assume, probably, if it's just its feet, something of its jumping power, replicating it inside of a shoe or boot of some sort.
And one of this, and we'll pull out the Bulette, or the greater Bulette acid sac.
It is not specifically to a Bulette, but, like, you don't have to label it Bulette, that doesn't matter. But, he looks at it and says, this could be used for a few different things. Specific kinds of poisons, specific kinds of potions ingredients. Fortunately, I am not well kept in either of those things. So, I cannot tell you much more, just that I have seen them be used before in those things.
Well, would you like us to share our story of how the hunt went?
I have a better idea. Solomon! As he comes in with his chest. Yes, sir. Let's recollect on their battles. Grab the pensieve. And you see him. Yes, sir. This is your reward. Enjoy it. As you open it, it is 7,500 gold pieces.
7,500.
And then he comes back with this like large basin like on his shoulders, like he's carrying it like one of those like old school like bucket and like stick tricks that they used to carry like buckets of water up mountains. And he kind of sets it on the floor and it kind of like cracks the floor a little bit. And then you see him take out from like he lifts up his robe or his like butler garment and takes out like this magical potion of sorts, and he kind of pours it into it and it begins to swirl. And then he says, "If you would all come here, please."
Of course.
Step forward.
And he kind of surrounds you around the pensieve, and then he kind of takes his finger and like pokes you on the back of the neck. And as he kind of reacts, you realize that like he hits you, and a tear starts to fall down your eyes. And and it drops into the pensieve. And as it all happens, you guys begin to see like a replay of what happens, and Battleforce kind of shoves his way in there, and he's like, "Oh, that was a great maneuver there. Oh, Nash, you took that with like a champion." And he just starts commenting on like all of your guys' efforts and like each individual moment, like he catches on. You can see the worry grow in his face as he sees all the companions fall, but then he sees Nash in a 1v1 with Scratchy as he takes a warhammer, as you take a warhammer and slam it into the carapace as it cracks open, and you find a weak spot where you're able to deliver one final blow that travels through the rest of Scratchy and has the creature fall as his eyes roll into the back of the head, and then Axon in in congratulation screams, "Aha! Scratchy has been felled! Ah, what a noble battle it was! Ah, yes, that was great to witness. Save that one, please, Solomon." "Yes, sir."
Save it to the TiVo.
Now, another thing that I would like to do, as I am writing some documents of sorts on these legendary battles, I would like to hear your recollection of it. What you saw, what you witnessed, what you felt, each of you, as Solomon records it, while you all participate in a meal with me.
Oh, happily.
It's like morning, right? So it's like it's a pretty big breakfast, right?
Yeah, it's like this would be like, you guys would be, I would say it's probably like 10 o'clock by now or something, and by the time you guys walk out of town or something, yeah, it's like brunch. It's like a really hearty, like, breakfast / like lunch meal. And he sits you down, and you guys can each give me a moment from the fight that you remember, that you can recollect on, that you want to talk about. I'm going to start with Aiden, because he's at the top.
Okay.
You're welcome. This is going to be a regular thing with him, by the way.
Yeah. Would it have to be something that I did, or could it be something that, like...
It could be something that you saw from your
saw.
perspective, that you like witnessed and thought was incredible in the fight.
I feel like I'd have a good perspective of Nash jumping onto the Bulette, and then the Bulette fucking jumping onto Jack with Nash riding the Bulette.
Okay. Jack?
That's a particular memory, but it was a test of my skills and showed me a lot of my weaknesses. It's more of a tactical learning for me.
Okay. Nash?
The moment that I realized that my friends were down and I made the decision to, break something. After everything was exploded around me and I swung again, I felt like I was about to miss, but then almost a tunnel vision, the focus of what I needed to do took over, and that connection was quite the, I guess, lived the thrill of the hunt, as someone would say.
Okay. Noche?
The part that stuck out to me during the battle was actually right before, in which we were engaging with the two smaller bullets. They were fully grown, but it was quite impressive and astonishing to see these powerful beasts quiver in fear as this massive alpha just comes out of a hole, and that's when I knew we were in for a difficult battle. And the next thing I know is it jumping at me with such ferocity that I've never seen such a humongous beast perform such a feat.
Vash?
I'll go one step before that. I thought it was uniquely terrifying how the whole thing started. We thought we'd have the upper hand, drawing them out of their cave, but in doing so, they just burrowed beneath us. And as Nash was the first one to go underground, I remember running towards the opening that swallowed him, and everything in slow motion was happening around me. I'm rushing towards an open hole while everybody else is getting sucked into their own little seemingly ground portals. It was wild. I didn't know what to make of it, but we all ended up where we did, and it all ended up like we said, as you saw. And yeah, just exciting. Caught me off guard. Wasn't expecting it.
Can I say that it was, like, narratively awesome to you that you rolled the lowest each time to get sucked in last? or like get put in a fight last.
And then
I thought that was cool.
I literally, like, normally you told me to zoom in so that I couldn't see the map because you didn't want me to know which hole to jump into, basically. And I did that. And I chose the worst possible hole to jump into because it put me in a corner where I couldn't get to anything right away. But, you know, it is what it is.
So, you all receive a point of inspiration for your retelling of the battle.
Woo.
And then, he's rewarded you with your gold and told you that he will tell you what he makes of the weapon. And as you are all finishing, I do have a more, let's put on it, immediate request. This is not one that I want to take lightly. Someone requested of me, as I am attempting to spread the name of Battle Force more widely. I've been hearing of creatures that only travel at night and are vile little things that are attacking people outside of the roads of Baldur's Gate. They're not stealing anything. They just seem to be killing and crushing their enemies, as they literally have found people completely turned into almost paste and crushed bone under the weight of something. I was wondering if I was able to rely on you all to send you to these missions.
We do have other immediate things to do around the Baldur's Gate area, so it wouldn't be too much of a burden, but I cannot make that decision alone, and I'll look to the rest of the party.
Well,
Baldur's Gate is dangerous, but fuck it.
At least if we're staying on the outside, we might be able to learn a bit more what's going on the inside, and if people are getting hurt, then I understand it's an immediate problem.
I really agree.
Well, I shouldn't say that it's of utmost importance, as they have closed the roads outside of Baldur's Gate, so anything going in past Candlekeep is cut off right now. You are unable to make your way along the roads. So I'm going to give you these badges. They are symbols, and it looks like a lion roaring, and you see what looks like almost like blood running down the mane of the creature, and that is the symbol of Battle Force. These medals will allow you to pass on the road to deal with it. I only say if you could be quicker about it, because the quicker you open it up, the better I am paid, and in tow you are paid, but also the faster those roads become open. Those roads are closed so no more people die. The information that I have is, 1, of speculation, and 2, based on the descriptions of the beings. Night goblins.
And what in the flying fuck is a night goblin?
Mind go.
It's if you took a goblin, made it a master of the dark, and then gave it a really dangerous knife. They're these little creatures. They're hard to hit, but oh man, they're frail just like goblins. You can fell them in, most of you could probably fell them in 2 blows. But they're incredibly dangerous and fast. They come in, they strike you quick, and then they run away. They hide under the advantage of night. They rarely hunt or fight at daytime. Their weapons rust away and disintegrate practically when they touch the sun. But at night, they are powerful weapons, magical in nature. They also... Good?
Good.
No, you go.
I was going to say... no, go.
Let Aiden go first, because he had his thing first.
How are they crushing people? I guess we probably don't know, but that doesn't make any sense.
My guess would be a night hobgoblin.
Are they bigger than regular hobgoblins?
Imagine hobgoblin, except powerful under the night, and about 2 times as strong. If not stronger. They usually... I've only fought one in battle before, and I killed it. They're not the most dangerous, but they travel in packs. One night hobgoblin will usually lead a small group of night goblins, and then you might come across a night hobgoblin champion those are the ones you gotta be careful of. They wield these mighty great axes, both hobgoblins and the champions. The champions have runes or marks on their weapons, and they're just bigger great axes than normal. They again are magical in nature, and they're incredibly heavy, but they're also dense and strong, the creature and the weapon. I don't know too much else about them, because the fight I had with one that was alone, because his little goblin pals were dead and it was traveling by day. And the weapon that I have of it, and Solomon, can you go fetch it? As he snaps his finger. Yes, sir. It is, like I said, rusted, as I brought it out in the sunlight and figured it out the hard way. They are dangerous little creatures. I've only heard the stories of the night goblins. I've seen that they'll slide by, cut your ankles, and run away, and then wait until you've bled half to death, and then they'll jump you with 4 or 5 of them and stab you repeatedly until your body is nothing but holes and blood on the floor. They're vile little bastards.
If they are creatures of the night, does anyone know of any either cave systems or abandoned areas that they may be hiding? Any place that they're concentrated? They had to have some type of base or area that they're staying. Any word of that?
Night goblins travel. We've investigated the mines, any broken down ruins, anything in the area. We haven't found any signs of them staying there. Oh, sorry. I paused because I heard something, and it was the music that I was listening to. It sounded like someone was knocking. Anyways, so nothing that notes exactly where to find them, just that they've been in the areas. And their attacks aren't coordinated or specific. They are sporadic and random. They just choose when and attack. My worry is that I find with the lack of people going through the area, they'll become more aggressive and vicious. So you might be able to bait them out if you wait some time, but they might come at you in higher numbers. If you go there quicker, you might be able to find them before they find you. But I doubt you'll be able to find them in an area that you can hunt them during the day. They are creatures that hide very, very well. If you are able to recreate the effects of the sun, you could do that. But I have an offer. These are creatures of mostly legend. Their weapons rust in the day. I would like to have a collection of their weapons. I'd give you 1,000 gold for every night goblin dagger you bring me. And if you are able to bring me the axe of a hobgoblin, I'll give you double that, 2,000. And for the champion, if you're able to do that, I'll make it 5,000. If you're able to bring me 2 night hobgoblin great axes, a champion's great axe, and 10 goblin daggers, I'll give you something special in return.
Well, how do we keep them away from the effects of the sun? Does hiding them under, let's say, a cloth work, or if we were to put them in a bag of holding, would that also dissipate their effects?
To my knowledge, the bag of holding is in the astral plane, and there's no such thing as a sun there, so that should work, that I know of. It seems to be the effect of rather the incredible dense light, rather than the fact that it is the sun itself. I've heard stories that replicated effects of sunlight work against them to nullify their powers and their weapons. But
what
again,
about regular light, such as from a torch or from a cantrip? Would that also do the same effect, or does it have to be something of sunlight?
I haven't tested it, so I don't know the answer. I would assume that creatures of the night are okay, especially if they attack on the roads, they're okay with torchlight or even like cantrips and things of the sort. But when it comes to dense, potent, like powerful replications of light, I would assume something like what's that thing? The daylight spell, sir. Solomon says, as he's holding this massive axe. It is like twice the size of Nash, and it's like Nash looks at it like carrying it. It's like the handle is like a normal, like small width, but the head of the axe is just huge. And you can tell that like one side of it, or both sides of it, they start like thick and they kind of thin out as they get towards the blade, as if almost like a executioner's axe would be, where they're a little bit thicker on the ends and they get thinner as they go towards the blade side. But it's like that on both heads of the axe, on both sides of the head of the axe, and it is just this dense looking thing. But it also looks super fucking like rusted and broken down. It looks like this thing has been through thousands of years of like erosion.
Oh,
You said 1,000 per dagger, collect 10. 2,000 per axe, collect how many?
2.
2. And the great axe get 1, and that was worth how much?
The champion axe, and he would give you 5 for one of those, and if you bring all those things together, 10, 2, and 1, he will give you a reward.
Okay.
Like an extra reward.
10 daggers, 2 axes, and then 1 champion axe.
Yes.
Okay.
I would not like to be on the other end of that thing.
And this is happening on the road between Candlekeep and Baldur's Gate somewhere? That's what we're to understand?
Yes. Sorry, I'm typing, so the accent got lost, but he says yes.
Okay. Dayman.
Okay. I was typing something out for myself so I can make sure to have it consistently written down. And he says, again, those medals will get you past the blockades to run there yourselves, but if you go soon, you might have an advantage. If you go late, they'll come to you, but it's going to be in denser numbers, so it might be more difficult. It is your choice. There is not necessarily a rush on it, because I am going to pay you flat no matter what, based on the things that you bring me, as our other agreements will be and have the one has been. But I can say that when I am paid well, I like to pay you well, and the faster this is done, the more I am paid. Pretty much just me mechanically saying you don't have to rush this if you don't want to, but you guys can.
Well, it'll be a long journey on foot, or by cart, what have you. And unfortunately, our teleportation stone is now on cooldown for the next 7 days. So, it'll be at least that long before we're able to even get in the area.
I cannot be mad. Again, at your own behest. Just know that that blockade will be in effect and may impact the trade routes of many beings, which could be good in some instances, but could also affect you and your friends or allies, whatever you call them, when it comes to trade.
What more could you tell us about this blockade? We know about some situation in the lower city and the upper city, but we don't have the full picture of what's going on.
Those are two separate things. The blockade is mainly because of this Night Goblin's attacks, that they become more dense and often. The Baldur's Gate situation is a long story. But to put it simply and short, cultists of the Dead Three have pretty much taken over the city. All the people within, refugees that used to live in the lower city and outer city, were pushed and had many evil deeds done to them. Killed, murdered, tortured, other things. And it's a bad place to be. The people who did survive, the nobles, the more powerful individuals, both in terms of fame, wealth, and just their fighting abilities, moved to the upper city. The Watch and Flaming Fist are working together there. The upper city is divided into two different, call it categories. They're just like they were before. They don't like each other, so they don't work well together, but they know damn well that the Dead Three cults are much more dangerous to them. So they work together when they need to.
In one of the area outside of Baldur's Gate, I heard there was a small town outside of it, but I don't know much about it.
Now, there are many towns outside of Baldur's Gate. It's hard to say which one, unless you know which one you're talking about.
I mean, can I do like a history check to see if I know of like Rivington at least? I think that's what it's called. Just like
Rivington, is that what you're talking about? That would be considered a part of Baldur's Gate. It's more of a place in Baldur's Gate, not a separate entity of Baldur's Gate.
Okay, so I was wondering if like Rivington, like the Wyvern's Bridge leading up to Baldur's Gate, would like count it as inside of Baldur's Gate, not like the lower
Worms
city.
Cross, is and the outer cities, the outer city, which is like Rivington and stuff, are and still are infected by the Dead Three. They are plagued by them, and many people do bad things in the area.
Okay, so if we do go there, it's gonna be like it's one skull, so we don't. It's not necessarily that we'll be attacked, but it'll still be a little dangerous, especially since we don't really know where we're gonna teleport in, unless we've been told. But I don't think we have.
You have not. Also, Nash, did you have a question?
Oh, no, I was thinking he was talking about El Terrell, so I was going to ask if he was talking about El Terrell.
No, I was talking about like little like Remington and Worms Crossing.
Those are all part of Baldur's Gate. They're the outer city, is what they're called.
Yeah. I just forgot what they were referred to as, but yeah, that's all I wanted to know.
Okay. But he kind of gets up and wipes his mouth and says, "Do as you must. Good luck to you all, and don't die."
One final question, Battleforce.
That is the plan.
If you would entertain me.
And he looks to you.
You, by any chance, in any knowledge of, we'll say, more powerful creatures of the night that may reside in Baldur's Gate?
Talking about werewolves or vampires?
Vampires.
Hmm.
One particularly powerful one. Not just your regular spawn.
There's a handful that I've, let's say, interacted with within Baldur's Gate before. I don't know if they still reside there with everything going on because they want the easier pickings of a large city, which Baldur's Gate used to be one of those. But I don't. Do you have any other descriptions that I may use for this individual?
It's been
Why
a
you
long time since I've seen him, so my memory of him is probably exaggerated.
Well,
Thank
you think about that, because he'll let you do it. Think about it for a second. Like, whatever you want to try to come up with to give him a
I
description.
was say, because I've never actually thought about what he looks like.
I know exactly what he looks like. I've
Well,
already
of
thought about
course
this.
you do.
So, he's going to point to Noche. That reminds me. You asked me about a being called Sturm, correct?
Yes, of course. I was just about to ask you that. Did you find it?
Nothing of great importance yet. I have read a couple of things, and it seems to be more names of legend that it's attached to. Nothing solid or of physical evidence yet. But I will continue my search as you help me to help you.
Of course. If there's any traces and you seem to be onto something, then by all means, do what you can. And I'll do what I can for this night goblins, whatever.
Yes, again, they are vicious little fellows, so despite them being goblins, do not underestimate them.
Of course, maybe they'll do better than the last group of goblins we met, then oof, that did not end very well.
Do you
I mean, for them. For them.
I figured. Do you have a description that you want to try to give him for? Jack?
He's rather tall. He was bald. He had a distinctive scar on the left side of his head, if I remember correctly. It traveled from his temple to roughly his cheek. That was, unfortunately, 46 years ago, but...
I don't recall anyone with that mark that you mentioned, but I recall an individual that was trying to call adventurers and people of power, but minimal power, to their aid to a small, I'm gonna call it like a shack or a small mansion or building outside of Baldur's Gate. It's
A small
really,
manor,
really
roughly 15 to 20 minutes outside of the city.
that far by carriage. Sounds about right.
He lured me and my friends and killed all of us.
He looks you up and down and he says, well, despite what you are, I don't think you're quite dead.
But I'm also not quite alive.
And then, it's actually funny that he's going to do this because he wasn't going to reveal this for a long fucking time. You guys see him stand and you see him kind of put his hands in a prayer, and then you see him like pull his arms outward, and you see him like breathe in heavily, and then you see his eyes like turn into these like small slits of like ferocity as you see like a beacon of energy kind of pour out from him instantly, and he looks you up and down and he says, "You are not undead."
Didn't know you could do that. You're right, I'm not undead. But I am also not alive. I do not need to eat. I do not need to breathe. I feed off of the life of others. And I've felt dead for 46 years.
Also, you can walk in
So while I
sunlight.
may not technically be undead, I assure you that I am dead.
Now, aren't we all? And
I guess
make
I'm
an
like-
insight check as he says that.
Like, are you dead? I was gonna just say it out loud to say, "Are you dead, Battle Force?"
No.
Hello.
You don't catch anything from it.
I figured not.
Are you undead? Not dead? What? What?
No,
What
I
are
am
you?
perfectly alive. I have never died before.
So, the stories that you've heard,
Hmm.
you just heard the stories that a creature was doing this a long time ago.
He was doing it in the last, I want to say about 10 years. Maybe less. He would lure beings out, and this was things I heard when I was younger, when I was a young Leonin, traveling and trying to make a name for Battle Force once more, or trying to embolden our name at the time, I should say. But the creature was taking people in, and some people would leave, some people would not. All I know is they would leave with a mark. And those people left with a mark changed. And that's all I know. Again, simple stories and rumors. I don't know what truth they hold.
They hold every bit of truth there is to be held. I'll take my mask off again, even though he's seen it. I might have been one of the first ones. He looked sickly when I met him. It seems he's doing it again.
If he was sickly at the time, then you were not his first. Just one of many. But it must have been a long time before he was able to invade somebody. At least from my knowledge of vampires. If it had been so long since he had fed, he would have been different. Or if you were his first, he would have been much weaker. Even somebody with no power can run or take on a spawn. If it is...
Of course they can. But not when they're 11.
Yes, but even spawn are not so forgiving. He wouldn't have made it out that day if he were just a spawn. Something weaker and smaller.
Thank you. I'll just sit back down and turn back to my food.
Well, on that entirely depressing news, and he claps his hands, is there anything else you would all like to ask me?
Got any fish?
Solomon? Yes, sir. I'll cook some fish for the bat.
The bat? For the bat.
Solomon's a little racist, guys.
I prefer Okay. What is Solomon again? Is he just a guy?
He's a tabaxi.
He's just a bag? You little fucking furry bastard.
Of course it's a bat.
So, he walks away and goes makes food. Do you guys have anything else you want to ask Axon? If
I
not, then
guess
you guys are
not.
just going to eat. No, his name's not Gaston.
I know, but you said
He's
it
cooler.
in my brain.
I knew you saw the fight. I'm not a monster in your eyes, right? I know.
You see him breathe for a second. Everyone can make an insight check on this.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, my insight's fucking fantastic, guys.
Oh, I was on the 17. Go fuck yourself, roll 20.
23.
A 23 and a 21 will be able to see that when he breathes this heavy sigh, you see that there's some sort of like in his face you see almost like resentment or like some sort of held anger or sadness in his face, as if he's trying to hold back something. Man is monster, and monsters are man. What makes someone a monster is not what they look like. It's what they do. It's how they do things. When you fight, and the hair grows on your back, and your claws come out, and your fangs sharpen, you do it not to rip something apart. You do it to protect those behind you. If that is not man to me, then I don't know what one is.
All right. Thank you. That aligns with what a good friend was telling me too. I'll keep that in heart and try to make sure you always see me as a man.
Care about your appearance to others, do you? Well, keep it up. You're doing a great job.
I think my appearance has changed how a few others have felt before. Thank you.
I mean, if you want my honest opinion, I suggest not constantly spend all your time feeling sad for yourself. I suggest just stand up for yourself. Be proud of who you are. Even if it was not exactly what you want, it is what you are now, and you might as well be proud of it. Might as well embrace what you are and who you are. Don't let anybody else say otherwise. At least that's what I think.
I think that's the nicest thing you've said to me before.
Don't get used to it.
What?
As he's stuffing his face with fish.
I think that is the nicest thing he has said to anybody here.
Sturm's head pops out from behind, or ever.
Hey, Sturm, one fish.
Jesus Christ, he just does that!
Oh yeah, he can do that whenever he wants. So it's just.
Oh, God.
I guess.
I do now!
Oh, I spilled wine all over my fucking lap!
It's canon now. He does that whenever.
He just and then he like steals the fish off of your fork.
We talked about this. Don't steal my food.
Tabaxi just walks into all this chaos of us eating. Oh, sorry. We'll make sure to clean that. Right. Here, I'll.
I start fighting my dad for my fish.
Your dad wins.
Solomon, do you have a wash basin?
Yes, we have many of them.
Oh, can I see the nearest one, please?
One for your kind can be found in upstairs on the first right.
I was not expecting that.
He was talking about him being poor, not other things. After what I said earlier, though, I realized what it sounded like. It's like I paused because I was laughing.
Solomon might be racist. One for your kind.
Oh, God. I said it and immediately had to pause because I fucking forgot what I said earlier. That I said it. I was like, oh, shit. He was referring to him being poor.
Okay, so he's not racist, but he's definitely classist.
The
Oh, he is
employee
100%.
washroom.
The homeless washroom, yes. He points you to a washroom on the second floor. It is like the first
Does
right
it really
when you walk
have
upstairs.
to say pores only?
Yes. It is
You know,
specifically in.
fine.
You can understand it is not Axon's handwriting.
Solomon, a correction. We're not homeless, and I bust out the deed to our bastion.
Are they
That
built yet?
washroom- That washroom has the.
He's got a
Nigel
point.
was
They're
here
not built
carved
yet.
into
We're
it.
technically homeless.
What'd you say, Fish?
I said that washroom, the wood wall has the words "Nigel was here" carved into it.
Nigel and Axon were best of the friends back in the day.
Daijin, let's go fight. Nah, that sounds like a pain in the ass. I'm gonna go start a monastery.
If it helps, I actually own a house. Well, a house in one city and a shack in the other. It's just completely abandoned now.
I would consider that homeless.
I could see why you consider that. Right.
Kind of, I own a home in the Underdark.
Thank you.
No, you are not there currently. You are wandering the lands. You are homeless.
Thank you for this lovely meal.
Also, just so you guys know, this is like if you guys are trying to learn about the world and stuff. Like Axon doesn't know everything, but he's well traveled and he is a talker. If you can't tell, his charisma stat is very high. If that and the thing I did
Gee,
earlier
I
does
wonder
not tell
why.
you his other thing is, but it doesn't mean you guys know a lot about him. But anyways, but you guys can ask him and he loves to talk. Like so, this is like one of the guys where like you ask questions and he will most of the time answer them.
May we see your, what do you call it, mounting walls? You seem very proud of it.
Ah! I would say after the goblins. Mainly because I have to redecorate and refix things. It's been dusty.
You do have them hunting new trophy.
Exactly! Yes, this is the only place I am not allowed to clean for Axon. Surprised he's going to let you down there. Peasants.
Hmm.
You see Axon, like, turn towards him slowly. Solomon!
I'm gonna just very
No,
snarkily.
he has a point.
I'm gonna very snarkily just take a bite of my like chicken that I have right there. Just like look at Solomon like.
He is the one that makes the meals, so.
I know. That's why I'm mad about it. Like, ooh, the things you're saying, ooh, but it's food.
Must all of your soap be lavender?
That is not a me thing. That is a, that's a me thing.
No
Lavender
shit.
is a mark of the nobles. If you don't smell like lavender, you smell like peasant.
I'm leaving. Thank you for the meal, Axon, for the information and a possible insight. Now, like, actually leave.
Okay.
I just had one question. Do you know much about the Wolves of Malar?
Which ones? There's many groups of them. Malar's worshipped by many lycanthropes. And not specifically werewolves either. All kinds of weird creatures. He is the evil deity of lycanthropy. The foil to Saluna. I only know this because a lot of the people that used to travel in the Battle Force clan were were-creatures. Were-tigers, mainly. As he kind of flips his mane.
Flips his mane.
Have you heard of a specific band being led by Oktakte?
I don't recall the name. I can look into it for you. Maybe I'll have some information by the next time you pop in.
If you have any sort of, to give you a small lead, I suppose the person you mentioned seems to be working with the fuck, what are they called? Black and Earth, right?
Black Earth.
Yeah, the Black Earth.
Then it seems like you have your hands full with more than one thing.
But any small information you're able to obtain from us would more than be appreciated.
I will look into it, see what I can gather, and what Solomon can gather. He's smarter than me, and wiser. I'm the pretty one, as he winks at you all.
I'm not interested, but
Look
thank you.
back.
Solomon, how do you obtain your information? Does Battle Force have some sort of library, or do you just go into town and just ask
He
questions?
rolls to seduce the bard. The Battle Force name carries weight, so I'm able to use it to confer favor in places that we have been before. Which is why I need your help to help rebuild the name. Because every time I call in a favor, every time I ask around, and they dwindle. And I have less and less to call upon. My font of currency is damn near a never-ending, and I can use that in many ways, but there are some favors that gold cannot buy.
I understand. Building a name for yourself so that people can respect it. I like that.
The last thing with OTK, just if you don't want to use his name or for any reason, see if you can find something on the Unending Night. They go by that more often than names.
I'll look into it.
Thank you. Everything was very delicious and very well respected for using on someone such as us, Solomon. Thank you.
He nods his head.
I will head out.
Peasant.
I'm going to
I'll just follow him. The people out.
grab some pork chicken, throw some food in stir, and then take my leave.
Okay. Vash, you leaving too?
I'm finishing my potatoes first.
I steal the potato from Vash.
Never-ending plate of potatoes.
Indeed.
All right. You guys all leave. And his house stays open for the time being, but he is you guys I just want to finish the day, I guess, and then we can be done for the day. That's kind of my goal, if you're all cool with that.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I ask you a question? Does Granny have like a like some sort of alchemist station that we're able to use that like can produce like better results, or do I have to use my own equipment?
You would have to use your own, and there are places that exist with those, but they don't have them here. This is a very simple city. They don't have access to very important things, unfortunately, at this point.
Okay, but some places do. Okay.
Some places will, yes, they will. Like I said in the intro, if you guys do recollect, there is not a whole lot of people who do a lot of things anymore, except for masters. Like, there's people who would do simple things, but the masters of the craft have long disappeared, or been controlled by cults or whatever. There are a few people left that you guys can access that are like masters of different crafting and things like armors, weapons, and magic items. Like, all those things are going to be a little bit harder to come by, like through shops and such, because of those things.
I don't want to make this any longer, but we still gotta. Can we deliver the ore to ThundOre like next session?
Honestly, he's not the same guy. You guys could drop it off to him. He'll tell you what's going on, and that's it. Like, he's not Axon. He will not talk to you. I mean, he will, but he's not. His is not. His is like you drop it off, he tells you what's what, and then that's it. He also doesn't have a new thing, so, to give you yet.
Okay, can we just drop it off real quick, I guess?
Yeah, when you drop it off, he is going to thank you for it. You guys have 10 pieces, so that is 14,000 gold.
Total?
Yes. He does not have anything ready, obviously, but he tells you that if you want to come back for the items, that he is going to craft with 10... I'm trying to do math. He can, unfortunately, only make a handful of things. He is going to make a shield and... He's going to make a shield, a medium, and a heavy armor. He's not going to be able to make a weapon because he's missing... He would have needed one more piece.
Okay.
And he says once they come back, he will give you guys 50% off of them.
Okay. And the shield and the armor.
Yep, shield, heavy, and medium armors. He's gonna make them. And then
Does
you guys
anybody-
get 50% off.
Does anybody use medium armor in this party?
Probably Jack, maybe.
It's also what he
actually have
wants to
heavy
make.
armor proficiency.
You have heavy.
It isn't. It's also what he wants to make, not what you guys want to make.
Right. I was just curious to know if anybody
but
was
like-
going to be
for like-
using it.
Yeah, future thing. Because I think you can also use shields, right, Jack?
Mhm.
Okay, so probably be useful for you. And then medium armor, if we do get it, probably Nash, but he's a barbarian, so it's kind of iffy. So
Yeah, I mean, Hexblade starts with medium, but I picked up heavy armor prof as a feat so that we could help spread loot so we didn't have too many people in medium.
And he
So I
tells
think-
you.
Aren't you in medium too, Noche?
I'm light.
Oh, light.
He tells you that he is also like he's able to make more than what he's gonna give you guys access to, but he's gonna save those 3 specifically for you guys, and the rest he's gonna sell off. Like you guys gave him enough to make stuff and get armor pieces out of it. It's pretty much what you're doing. You're giving it kind of like what you did with the Zorn, where he gets some of it, he's gonna use it to make stuff and make money, but the rest of it's gonna be for you guys. That he's gonna save for you guys, and if you guys don't want it, then he will sell it off.
Okay, so we can make like one of the things, right?
No, you'll be able to once you come back. It'll take some time. Probably take a couple weeks at the very least. He will have a shield, a heavy armor, and a medium armor available that you guys can all buy. You can buy one of each
Okay, we can
at
buy
50%
it. Okay.
off. Yeah, you can buy it at 50% off. He will have a couple more that you can buy, but you have to buy them at full price.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's
Can
it.
my long? Well, I guess we're gonna do long rest activities, but we can go in order.
My question is if you guys are doing long rest activities, since you guys are in town, do you guys want to go to the training grounds and try to benefit from that, or are you guys going to do individual ones? This is a party thing, so...
I want to go to the Bastion builders and put down
Harp
my
the builder.
money.
Yup.
Okay.
I want to do that too.
I'll do the same.
Alright, so you guys pop up to them. I gotta find it again. Here it is. Wrong page, give me a second. Here we go. What the fuck? Oh, what is this? Oh, okay. Sorry, I did a thing. Sarah, give me 1 second to copy and paste something I just did. Cool. Alright. So, you guys pop up to him, and they tell you, again, 1,000 gold, 750, or 350. 350 is wood, 750 is stone, 1,000 is special materials. It's depending on what you order, depends on how long it takes to make your stuff as well. 30 for wood, 60 for stone, 90 for special materials, and that's how long it takes to build.
90 days. Okay.
So it's
Damn.
750 gold for stone, and it's going to take 60 days to build?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'm going to start there.
Question: Are we? Let's say we build the building, but we want to like upgrade the material. How would that work, or is that not possible?
Yeah, the time it would take takes less time, but the gold cost would still be the same. So, like, even if you buy stone at 750, you'd have to pay 1,000 to upgrade it to the special materials.
Okay. Would
But
that?
the time would be shortened to build.
Okay. Would that cut off our access to let's say I'm making like an alchemist like building or whatever, and it takes
Yes.
60 days to make it.
Like, okay, so you
But,
let's say
No,
you make
no,
it a
but
stone.
what I wanted to know was not the time, but like would that restrict our access to that building?
Yes, what I was going to say and explain was if you get a bastion, let's say you make it out of stone, and then you want to upgrade it, well, while it's being upgraded, you could not access the facilities within that bastion.
Can I use it? Okay. Cool.
I'm missing a person's name here. There we go. Got it. Spelled it wrong. Fuck. I think I can't type. Okay. Bash. Stone. Okay. That's 750 gold. Bash. Nash. Are you going to buy?
I'll,
The fuck?
I'm gonna hold off for today. I may come back tomorrow, but I need to think of what I need to do with this money.
Okay.
Wow.
starting today, it won't start today. It'll start tomorrow, like in game, obviously. Every long rest, you guys will. I want you guys to track it as well. But once you tick up to 60, your bastion is built.
Okay.
Jack, are you gonna do anything?
It's
I'll go
1,000
anywhere.
stone, right?
1,000 for special.
And they supply the material on that?
Yeah, they supply all the it's a mixture of like metals and stones and stuff, and it's just upgraded from stone, like a step up above stone.
I'll pay for that.
Okay, so it's 1,000 gold, and then it is going to be 90 days for you. So same thing, just every long rest, starting not on this day because they have to travel, but starting the next day, you guys track, and it will, once you tick up to 90, it will be completed. Give me a second, sorry. Aiden.
Straight to the top for me. Special material.
Okay. And then... Okay. Alright, no check.
Same thing, 1,000 special material.
Okay.
Can I change
You're
my
all taken
order?
care of. Yes. Are you doing
Alright,
special
yeah,
material?
I might as well. Everybody else is doing it.
Can I get a
Alright. So you all have 90 days, except for Nash, who might be a little behind.
By
1 day behind if he puts it in tomorrow. Okay. So that isn't a longer activity. It takes you guys like 20 minutes to go accept the deal with him and just straight up pay him out. So make sure you all subtract that 1,000 gold, except for Nash. Do you guys have anything else before long rest activities?
I do, at least. I want... the two things I wanted to do was go pick up the silver chain and pay off the rest of that. Then, if I can write a letter and go see... let me get his name. Kamadosh.
Okay.
So I believe it was 25 for the rest of the silver chain.
Indeed.
Okay. So I will subtract that.
Almost
And
certain,
then
at least.
I will write a letter to give to him and I'll write something up and send it to you and write how much I'm sending away with him.
Cool. That works for me.
That's it for me.
Alright. And then, do you want to spend any money on materials? For a place? Because it's still same day.
Not today. I have to think.
Alright. Then the group. Do we want to do long rest activity or training?
I want to do training.
Okay.
Yes.
Training sounds
Yep.
good.
That's right.
Okay,
But
great.
can I still just buy something? Or do people sell books in town?
Yes, but nothing special.
Nothing special? Can I get just generalized books on like how kind of like how the lizard folks had like their books on how their society is run. Kind of get like books on those and like specific groups of people.
You don't find anything like that here. The best things that you get are like storybooks, novels, things like that, poem books. You don't find anything that gives you information on the world. Your best knowledge right now is that those things, because knowledge is hoarded in this current time and age, is largely at Candlekeep. Or people that are, again, specifically hoarding knowledge.
Okay. What's the most interesting novel that looks available?
I don't know. Give me a minute.
Or heck, any books on ecology? I'll be interested in those too.
No. You find a book called 201, A Sea Odyssey.
Well, there were a bunch of weird and interesting creatures from that water cultist book, so I suppose I'm gonna learn something from this. I'll buy it.
It is 1 silver.
Once or I'll take it. Was it called 2001: A Sea Odyssey?
201, A Sea Odyssey.
201: A Sea Odyssey.
Here it is. Okay. So, you guys are going to train. Everyone, go ahead and roll me the d20s. See if you guys can succeed.
Yeah.
You guys have done really good so far. Let's see if you guys break that streak.
Sure do.
You
I'll
sure
think so.
fucking did.
Yep.
Yeah, you guys unfortunately
That's not even.
do not benefit from the training. So, like, you guys still trained, you're still tired, that's your long rest activity, but that also means that you guys can still try 2 times. You can only succeed 2 times in a week. So, like, you guys could go until you succeed 2 times within a week if you guys wanted to stay here and continue your training if you wish. Unfortunately, I jinxed you guys. I'm sorry. You guys got really bad rolls. So, nothing. That is that. We bought a book. That's good. I got that from you. I think we're good. Because that'd be the end of the day. The long rest happens, and then we will continue next time.
Nice.
Sounds good. Thank you guys so much.
Good session, guys.
What a ridiculous
Excellent.
notion. There's no way we can make artificial intelligence that will eventually take us over. What garbage is this book?
Have a good night, y'all.
It has nothing to do with the sea. It's just everything to do about, like, random shit taking over the world.
Yeah.
All right, I'm out too. You guys have a good night.
Yep, see ya.
Right. Good night.